I'm like, how am I going to be moisturized? I'm not gonna. Commissioner Krolicki, can you hear us?
I can, Chair Tagliati. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. All right. Good morning. Today is Thursday, April 23rd, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of April. If you would please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right. At this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone and that you speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being both transmitted electronically and being transcribed by a court reporter. Madam Secretary, if we could please proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments of the public as well as any from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments, please do not approach the dais with them. An enforcement agent will take them from you. I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City wishing to make public comment? Okay, it appears that there is no one present in Carson City that wishes to make public comment. I wish to make just a quick statement before we proceed to members of the public. Today, I would like to recognize Commissioner Rosa Solis Rainey and extend our heartfelt appreciation for her distinguished service to the Nevada Gaming Commission. Since her appointment in April of 2019, by then Governor Sisolak, Commissioner Solis Rainey has brought to this body sound judgment, professionalism, and a deep understanding of Nevada's gaming industry and regulatory framework. Specifically, we could always lean on Commissioner Solis Rainey for in-depth knowledge of complex audit functions. Her diverse background made her exceptionally well-suited for the important gaming policy decisions that the commission faces, licensing approvals, and discipline matters considered by this body. She brought over a decade of gaming industry experience, along with substantial legal experience and judicial clerkships and law firm leadership. Her strong academic foundation with degrees in accounting, finance, business administration, and law, all rooted in Nevada institutions, further enhanced her effectiveness as a commissioner. Individuals before this commission may agree that will agree that she often asked insightful, tough, and fair questions. Commissioner Solis Rainey has served this commission with integrity, care, and a genuine commitment to public service. Her record not only reflects professional community involvement, pro bono service, and an unwavering devotion to family. Those qualities have been evident throughout her time on this commission. On behalf of the commission and myself, I want to thank you, Commissioner Solis Rainey, for your dedicated service to this body and to the state of Nevada. We're grateful for your valuable contributions and wish you and your family all of the best. Thank you. And on a personal note, I could always count on you to handle the most difficult, verbose required motions and to keep my hands perpetually hydrated. So thank you for that. All right, at this time, is there anyone present in Las Vegas who wishes to make public comment? Thank you for your patience on that. You usually go first, but.
Good morning. My name is Gabriella Fisher. I work as a bartender at Red Rock Casino, where I feel that I'm treated as just another number, one of the many overworked and underpaid employees. Last year, Station Casinos had its best financial quarter in the company's history, but this growth is not reflected in our paychecks. Station workers deserve a raise. I joined the Culinary Union's organizing committee at Red Rock because I love my work family and I want to advocate for them. After all, the workers are what make the casino a success. One day I was passing out leaflets about our wages to coworkers, and security told me to stop. A housekeeper told me that she had one of these leaflets, but her supervisor took it away. My coworker will document unsafe work environment conditions, but they doubt that these conditions will be addressed. He even writes OSHA violations on the inventory sheet. Last year, there was some sort of gas leak in the bar I work in. I believe it was gas from the refrigerators. Coworkers suffered headaches, and they did not feel well. I also did not feel well myself. When this was reported to managers, they told me to keep working, and they made jokes about it. Me and my coworkers are not second-class citizens. We're not second-class workers. I want Red Rock Casino to treat me and treat us like humans. I don't want to fear for my job security every day. I don't want myself or any of my peers to have to work under these conditions any longer. I'm a dedicated worker in the Nevada gaming industry, and I ask you to hold my employer accountable. Thank you for allowing me to share my experience.
Thank you. Do you have a copy of your comments that you wish to submit?
Yes, I do have a copy.
Excuse me.
Good morning, Zach Popple for the Culinary Union. Today we are submitting a 35-page excerpt of a 242-page transcript made of testimony heard by an ALJ on December 17th, 2024 in one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in U.S. history. The witness, who was a former beverage manager involving in hiring decisions during the pandemic at a Station Casino property, described how she was directed by senior management to not rehire union supporters at Boulder Station. The union supporters were known as U's, while pro-management employees were M's, and the remaining whose affiliation weren't known were D's. In the hearing, the beverage manager testified that she was told by the head of HR at Boulder Station during the summer of 2020 that, quote, all rehires had to be vetted before they could be rehired, that if they were a U, they could not be rehired. If they were a D, we would discuss any M's that got laid off because of their status, like part-time or on call. That would be a request to rehire them. According to the witness, the HR director said that these instructions came from corporate. The same beverage manager also testified that a senior corporate officer reiterated after a meeting with executive leaders that, quote, we needed to make sure that the U's didn't get back into the company or we would be going backwards. The beverage manager described how mud lists were used at hiring fairs at Boulder Station in June 2021. She testified, quote, we were supposed to have the new food director interview all the U's with a courtesy interview. He wasn't there when the buffet was open, so he didn't know any of these people. So he would do courtesy interviews, and any of the M's and D's, we would be interviewed by other managers and they would be doing the interviewing. When asked why they were doing this, the beverage manager replied, to make sure that the U's didn't get back into the company. Station Casinos argues that the testimony of its former beverage manager should not be believed, but we found her testimony to be very specific and credible, and we predict the judge will too. We're providing a copy of her testimony so you can see for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present here in Southern Nevada that wishes to make public comment? There being no one else wishing to make public comment, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, if you could bring us to the next agenda item, the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for March 2026.
Right, I believe each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions, I think it is in proper form for a motion. And if we could today, when we make a motion, I will call for the vote and have the commissioners in Las Vegas make their vote. And then I would ask Commissioner Krolicki to wait, and then he can lodge his vote so we're not speaking over each other. And I know, and I can hear your vote and be able to document it. So at this time, does anyone wish to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussions on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, please read in, if you would, the non-restricted consent items.
Your items on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning are items 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 13. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
For the record, as it relates to non-restricted item number 4, you've all had the opportunity to review draft number 3 dated April 15th, 2026. And for your convenience, a copy is here on the dais. This draft number 3 of the second revised order of registration would be the subject of the motion. So at this time, unless anybody has any questions or comments on non-restricted item number 4 and the draft number 3 or any other item on the consent agenda, I would ask if someone has a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted items number 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 13. And with respect to non-restricted item number 4, that motion is with respect to draft number 3 of the second revised order of registration.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor here in Las Vegas, say aye. Aye. Commissioner Krolicki?
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the restricted consent items.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 2 through 13. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any questions or comments on the consent agenda items for the restricted matters? All right. There being none, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Secretary, no, Judge, Chair, I move for approval of the restricted consent agenda items 2 through 13 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor here in Las Vegas, say aye.
Aye.
And Commissioner Krolicki?
Aye.
All right, thank you. There are none opposed. Now that brings us to the non-restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 1 and non-restricted number 2 together.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Golden Entertainment, Inc. for amendment to order of registration for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of Golden Royal Holdings LLC and to merge Golden Entertainment, Inc. with and into Royal Merger Co. 1 LLC to be known as Golden Entertainment LLC, with Royal Merger Co. 1 LLC to be known as Golden Entertainment LLC as the surviving company. It is also the application to merge Golden Holdings, Inc. with and into Golden Royal Holdings LLC, with Golden Royal Holdings LLC as the surviving entity. You also have the applications of Golden Royal Holdings LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of 77 Golden Gaming LLC, and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of New Royal Holdco 1, Inc. for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of Golden Entertainment LLC, and for waivers of Nevada Revised Statutes 463.635 subsection 1 subsection B, 463.643 subsection 4, and 463.637, along with Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 16.410 and 16.415 as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Golden Entertainment LLC for transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of Golden Royal Holdings LLC and Golden Casinos Nevada LLC, and to pledge membership interests as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of the Blake L. Sartini and Delise F. Sartini Family Trust for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability as the sole member of Argento Holdco LLC. You also have the applications of Argento Intermediate 1 LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of Argento Intermediate 2 LLC, and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Argento Intermediate 2 LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of Argento LLC, and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Argento LLC for registration as an intermediary company, for finding of suitability as the sole member and manager of Golden Entertainment LLC, and to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Golden Casinos Nevada LLC, 77 Golden Gaming LLC, Golden Gaming LLC, and Golden Tavern Group LLC to pledge membership interests as noted on the agenda. Lastly, for non-restricted number 1, you also have the applications of Blake Sartini and Delise Sartini for finding of suitability as a co-trustee, beneficiary, and or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board for non-restricted number 1 is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. Non-restricted number 2 is the application of Golden Entertainment, Inc. for deregistration as a publicly traded corporation. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board for non-restricted number 2 is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on these items.
Yes, we do. Madam Chair, with respect to non-restricted items 1 and 2, I would like to disclose that Mr. Charles Protel, the CFO of the entity before us, is an immediate neighbor of mine on the same street. I have known him and his family since pre-COVID, perhaps 2020. We have had a cordial and good neighborly relationship since that time. I have no connection to this company, and I do not have any pecuniary interest in the outcome of this matter before us today. I believe that the independence of judgment of any reasonable person in my same situation would not be materially affected by this neighborhood relationship. Therefore, I intend to fully participate in the matter before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. If you could state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of the Blake L. Sartini and Delise F. Sartini Family Trust. Blake Sartini, Delise Sartini and the Argento-related entities as listed on the agenda. Erica Okerberg is here as co-counsel. She's here representing Golden Entertainment, Inc. and its affiliated companies and the new merger-related entities that are set forth on the agenda. With me today are several individuals who are well known to the commission and the gaming industry in Nevada. First, sitting next to me is Blake Sartini. Blake is a longtime gaming operator and licensee. He is currently chairman of the board of directors and chief executive officer of Golden Entertainment, Inc. and its affiliated companies. He's on the agenda today in his capacity as a co-trustee and co-beneficiary of the Sartini Family Trust. He's also here in his capacity as a manager of Argento Holdco LLC. Chair Tagliati, I would like to thank you for waiving the appearance of Delise Sartini. Delise is a longtime licensee in various capacities through her career. She's also an applicant here today as co-trustee and co-beneficiary of the Sartini Family Trust. Also with us today is Charles Patel. Mr. Patel is the president, chief financial officer, and treasurer of Golden Entertainment and several of its affiliated companies. Phyllis Gilland, who's the senior vice president, general counsel, and secretary of Golden Entertainment, Inc. and several of its affiliated companies. Blake Sartini II, who is the executive vice president, chief operating officer for Golden Entertainment. As you know from your materials and the board hearing, we're here on this going private transaction. We made quite an extensive record before the Gaming Control Board. We've handed out a presentation, the same presentation we provided to the board. We're happy to go through that faster. And since you've already heard all of this, before we do that, I'm sorry, I would like to request that the presentation be treated as privileged and confidential pursuant to NRS 463-120 and 463-3407. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Blake Sartini to provide the commission with some background on the transaction and his reasons for doing it. Thank you.
Okay, before you begin, I just want to make a record that we will treat this Golden Entertainment transaction overview as privileged and confidential pursuant to NRS 463.120 and 463.3407. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, good morning. I'm Blake Sartini, chairman and chief executive officer of Golden Entertainment. As I did with the board and their staff, I'd like to thank the commission for their expeditious and professional action regarding our transaction. Having spent my entire working life in this state and in this industry, I cannot emphasize enough the importance of getting timely gaming approvals for a deal such as this. There are a significant number of people and entities that hang in the balance until formal approvals are given. Lending institutions, legal and administrative support, team members are all affected by the calendar and perceived uncertainty associated with a prolonged regulatory process. Again, I want to thank you. Nevada is the gold standard. I've been in the industry my entire career. And once again, they've taken the lead on transactions such as this. And I can't emphasize enough the importance of the expeditious treatment, professional, obviously, but it's meaningful. A brief overview of the transaction, the rationale, and what this entity will look like going forward. As you may know, our company began trading on the public market in 2015 through a reverse merger with then Lakes Entertainment. Through organic growth and strategic acquisitions, we grew this public company significantly through the years. Our largest acquisition and most significant was the purchase of the American Casino assets in 2017. Those assets included the then Stratosphere Hotel and Casino, the two local Arizona Charlies in Las Vegas, along with the Aquarius Casino in Laughlin, Nevada. At that time, we added these assets to our then existing portfolio, which included the Rocky Gap Casino in Maryland, our 3 casinos in Pahrump, Nevada, Nevada's largest slot route operation at the time, which we operated under the GRO flag, and Nevada's largest tavern portfolio, PTs. As a public company, our share price began plus or minus $7 a share and climbed to a high of $59+ per share. We were extremely successful, diversified, and continued to look for growth opportunities as all public companies do. Over time, we began to divest of our non-core operations strategically, which included our regional casino in Maryland and our 2 slot routes, with a goal of resetting as a pure brick and mortar casino operator. Those, along with our market-leading taverns, we were now focused on the Southern Nevada market specifically. Achieving the sale of those non-core assets produced extremely accretive transactions for us, which strengthened our balance sheet significantly and allowed for us to be patient in our growth pursuits. As we began to evolve as a Southern Nevada-focused entity, although extremely financially successful and with a best-in-class balance sheet at the time, our growth opportunities became harder to find, and those that were considered were deemed too financially risky by the board and by management. So essentially, from an institutional investor standpoint as well, Golden became too small to gain attention from the public market. Additionally, a lack of significant organic growth as a restructured company in Southern Nevada further limited investor interest. Consequently, our board and management frequently discussed strategic options for the company on an ongoing basis. As such, no attractive opportunities were found and no viable merger candidates were identified. We even considered, in the interest of our shareholders, an outright sale of all of our assets, if that could lead to a valuation creation over the current share price at that time. Through all of these strategic initiatives, we began to receive indications that our real estate had attractive embedded value, and that value could be unlocked through the sale of that real estate. The value indicated to us was at a meaningful premium to the company's then current total public valuation. As a result, we began to seriously consider the sale of our real estate. However, with little or no consequential growth prospects, the board determined that leaving behind a publicly traded OpCo, or operating company, with limited growth prospects was not a desired outcome and not in the best interest of our shareholders. In short, this led to the decision to divest of the entire company. The details of the transaction will be outlined later by Mike and other members of our management team. The presentation by Mike and members of our management team, they'll do based upon your request. I think we did it at the board, so prepared to do it again. As you know, there will be left a private operating company, which is anticipated to have minimal personnel changes, mostly associated with the costs required to operate a public company. Those include board of directors, positions, listing costs of being a public company, etc. From a regulatory perspective, you should expect a seamless and smooth transaction from being a publicly traded company to one now in private ownership owned by my family. I mentioned in my remarks to the board, and I think it's important, all of us in our careers have guidance and mentors, and although I'm not a young man anymore, I do go back to 1982. After graduating from UNLV, I was offered a chance to learn this business by an icon in our industry, Michael Gaughan. I had gotten to know him through a mutual friend in high school, and he took an interest in me, which changed my life and my career. He did offer me to come to work for him. I did have a coat and tie on when I went to see him. He immediately put me in a black and white uniform and sent me down to deal 25-cent craps at the Oak Cortez Hotel on the grave shift. My envelopes were thin at that time, but the experience was invaluable. And I can't thank him enough for that start. And the history in this business for me has been nothing but exciting. It's been rewarding. And Las Vegas, Nevada is my family's home. As such, we remain committed to our team members and the broader Las Vegas community. And we look forward to providing a best-in-class gaming and entertainment experience going forward through each of our properties. Thank you for your time. At some point, we can answer questions when
Thank you.
the time is right. Thank you.
Chair and members of the commission.
Oh, you're Mike.
Chair, members of the commission, on page 2, I would direct you in the presentation. Mr. Sartini has covered most of this. I just want to point out some highlights. On March 31st of this year, 99% of the voting shareholders approved the transaction, as was one of the requirements. I also do want to point out for the record that as part of the transaction, the board negotiated a 30-day go shop provision, which allowed the company's financial advisor to solicit competing bids for the company, and there were none. Turning to page 4, and those are pages, I believe, 4 through 9, is the transaction structure and steps. Your materials should have the long version of this document, and I understand there's a shorter version in your materials as well. This is maybe even a shorter version that we try to put together. Happy to answer any questions about the structure. Ultimately, when you get to page 9, you see the resulting structure and the split off of the Vici real estate side from the operating side with Argento buying Golden Entertainment LLC. Turning to page 10, that's the financing, the OpCo financing terms. These lenders led by Banco Santander's administrative agent is BlackRock, Wells Fargo, and Texas Capital. Happy to go through it in detail. Argento LLC is the borrower. All of the subsidiary entities are guarantors. And you'll notice from your agenda materials that there's the pledges that are there that are part of the guarantees. It's a $140 million loan, secured, senior secured term loan of $100 million and a revolving credit facility of $40 million. Very good terms. The following page 11 is the Vici master lease overview. I know you're familiar with several of these transactions in Las Vegas. Happy to go through those details with you or answer questions at the appropriate time. On page 12, what I would touch on there is the compliance program. Nothing in the compliance program other than changes. The compliance plan that's been previously approved by the board and commission will stay in place. Other than name changes and certain updates. Mark Liparelli, who is the current board member at Golden Entertainment Inc., will remain the chair of the compliance committee, and he'll be designated as the independent member. The other 2 members of the compliance committee will continue to be Charles Protel, and the newest member will be Blake Sartini II. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions that the commissioners may have.
Thank you. At this time, I would, Commissioner Krolicki, I'll start with you. Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I appreciate it. And my apologies for being virtual today. I know that doesn't help the flow of our business on a full day and an agenda. But good morning. Thank you, Mr. Alonso, for the presentation. And Mr. Sartini, it's always a pleasure. You and your family have been, part of the fabric of gaming in Nevada for a very long time. And this business is in your bones. And just seeing the views that you bring and your attitude going into this transaction are actually, very enlightening. It's somewhat counterintuitive, but I think I get it. I have been part of a public company going private. It's not an easy thing. It's incredibly complicated. I just want to know who that 1% of the voters, shareholders who voted against the transaction. We'll need to figure out how to do it 100% next time. But a couple general questions or views, and then perhaps a question or two. But good regulation, and Mr. Sartini, you've already talked about it. Regulations are there to be complied with and to do things, with predictability and structure. And so there's a transparency that's always on it. But this transaction really did need some flexibility, certainly, full compliance, but with collaborative interactions. And I think the Gaming Control Board staff in particular and the board, really deserve a shout out for being that regulator body that understands that, time is important. As Mr. Sartini, you've already talked about the different pieces that are in hold and, the considerable sums of money. And, again, a big shout out to the Gaming Control Board staff and the Attorney General's office who helped make all this happen. And kudos also to you, Mr. Alonso, and to Ms. Okerberg, who I'm not sure if we're going to see later on, but this deal was done impeccably. Again, as somebody who's gone through this process before, you did all the right things. Of course you did, but from the fairness opinions to the quality of the providers of advice that you secured throughout the process, this was just impeccably done. And there are rewards to that too. I appreciate the fact that the transaction was at a premium to today's Vici price. So, always good on you. It's good to be lucky and fortuitous on those things. Totally get the public tax of a public company. That's a bad term, but it's applicable. The cost of compliance and disclosures and quarterly reports, the auditors, who do this in a public company way, it's millions of dollars of cost, for a NASDAQ kind of company. So totally get that. And you do these things to access capital markets. I mean, there's different reasons to be a public company, but, from a strategic and an accretive standpoint, it's about, accessing capital markets to be able to chase those opportunities. And Mr. Sartini, it's just, again, interesting that, you've gone through quite the investigation to find those opportunities and, counter to, I think, peers and prevailing opinions, you've kind of gone the opposite direction. So again, it's been a very interesting transaction to watch in your conversation to the Gaming Control Board. I appreciate that. So now I'm jumping around the moment in time. That's again a demonstration of the flexibility and the lawyering and just how do we do all the right things and fully comply, but get to a pathway of success. So I appreciate the moment in time or the nanosecond that had been previously used in discussions for these kind of transactions. So again, sorry for, the contexting here, but, I thought that was important to get out there since I'm going first. But Mr. Sartini or Mr. Alonso, who will be the board now for the private company?
Commissioner Krolicki, it's Mike Alonso. The board will be the individuals ultimately who are currently licensed with Golden Entertainment. Mr. Sartini's trust is obviously at the top. It's the 100% owner. He's the manager of Argento Holdco LLC, but then it'll continue to be his management individuals who are currently licensed at the Golden Entertainment level.
Okay, I understand it's going to be very different, except for Mr. Liparelli. I think all other board members will be excused, and you don't need that independence anymore. But no proper names in addition to Mr. Sartini on who will be on the board, the governing board of the private company.
Not at this time.
All right. And just to confirm for the compliance committee, Mr. Bertel, Mr. Liparelli, and Blake Smith or Sartini number 2. And I understand there are 3. How old is number 3? The third?
Number 3 just had his 7th birthday.
Oh, that's
We just put his application in for licensing.
there you go. Hopefully we won't take that long to get to it, but good on you. And I look forward to, it's not necessary today, but to Blake Sartini II, I look forward to meeting you and becoming acquainted through these gaming control processes. In terms of auditing, Deloitte, I know has carried you through the public phase and in this process. Will you continue to use the services of Deloitte? Might be a different team since, you're not publicly required, to do certain things, but are you sticking with Deloitte as an outside auditor?
Yes, we are.
I'm just going through some notes here. You know, not a question, but a comment. You know, I think it was Judge Assad and other conversations did discuss Vici. You know, certainly, Mr. Sartini, your fidelity and fiduciary responsibility to shareholders, you got the best deal you could. And, you know, but this real estate's been fascinating. And, you know, so this isn't a, you know, Argento conversation. It's just a more of a overview. It is interesting how large Vici is getting on that street. And at some point, it probably merits a discussion on, you know, what are the implications, if any, of that? Again, I'm not trying to be aggressive in that comment at all, but you know, the fact that you've got a landlord controlling a lot of both sides of the street for all wonderful business reasons, just wonder what the impact might be. So that's just something to just keep in the back, I believe, of our minds going forward as we do this. But that's not a comment in any way to this transaction, because I understand the process you've gone to and you've maximized the valuation. Madam Chair, that's all I have at this time, but this transaction is compelling. It makes sense. In some ways, it's counterintuitive, but you've done everything correctly. The due diligence has been performed both by the board and the staff of the board, the Attorney General's office, outside counsel, fair market pricing specialists, the investment banks, you know, others. This is a very impressive transaction, and I'm delighted to support it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Krolicki, and I'm happy to report that Mr. Okerberg will be up here on item number 2 and earlier if she needs to bail me out. So thank you.
It wouldn't be the first time.
All right, before we get to any other commissioners, just wanted to run by on non-restricted number 1. It's the 11th order of registration, draft number 3, dated March 27, 2026, correct?
That is correct, Chair, and we are, the order is it's in order and we're satisfied with it.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Commissioner Rainey?
I do not. I've read through the materials and it makes sense. I mean, you've done all the right things and I think I'm happy to support it and I have no concerns.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Nothing further. Exhaustive presentations to the Gaming Control Board and what you provided us. Very happy to support this transaction. That's our role, to make sure that companies like yours have smooth regulatory processes to continue to grow. Delighted that you could all be here, the whole team. Thank you. And I have nothing further, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo Commissioner Krolicki's comments on really commending our staff for making what is more of a complicated transaction really simplified for our materials. So, and I also want to commend you, Mr. Sartini, as an icon here as well. And shout out to Clark Chargers and UNLV. I think it's great that somebody that comes from, you know, Vegas can create such a gaming dynasty. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I just had a quick question or two, which I have written down here. I had a question about the Colorado Bell surrendering its gaming license, and the hotel I get is no longer open. I just wondered if you could tell us more about the future, how this closure jives with maybe this is Mr. Alonso, with the restriction involved with competing businesses and BC's right, a first offer to fund the acquisition or development of real estate with the Colorado Bell. I just wasn't sure how that worked with Vici's non-competition. How is this going to work? Is it going to be reopened? What's its future?
I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Sartini
Okay.
About the future, but I can answer the rest of it if when he's done. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, it's a great question. We see the approximate 22 acres down there on the Colorado River. It's approximately 1,000 feet of riverfront frontage as a significant asset within the portfolio that is now private. We see Vici as a potential active partner in any development of that site. Obviously, they have an interest in us seeing us grow. They also have the capability to finance a lot of that growth. So it would be logical to assume that we go down the road of developing that piece of property, that Vici in some form could be involved or would be involved. I think they will. And it's also safe to assume that we have some pretty significant plans for that property. Laughlin in general as a market is continuing to show significant potential. And we are on Main and Main down there in terms of our locations and in particular that piece of property. So we saw going into this transaction that not only Vici is a landlord, but a potential growth partner as well. And that would be a particular piece that may come to fruition.
Mr. Alonso, did you want to?
And Commissioner, just I think specifically from the restriction standpoint you brought up, it's the right of first offer on a sale leaseback or the financing of a future development. So it doesn't have to be a sale leaseback. I mean, it could be something else that's done by the company and Vici's there to provide the financing, or somebody else could if the right of first offer terms aren't met.
And I'm correct in that Argento would be the entity completely required to maintain all gaming licenses, must comply with all gaming regulations and covenants to ensure that Vici doesn't exercise control over any gaming operations. So is that correct?
That is
That's what I
correct.
read in the materials, right?
That is correct.
All right, and no changes with the compliance committee or the operations through this transaction?
That is correct, Commissioner Silver. The only changes would be from going from a public company to a private company, essentially, but the compliance program, the plan that has been submitted to the Gaming Control Board is the same as what Golden Entertainment Inc. has now, with some minor changes. They're not material changes. And you have the three members of that committee that we talked about earlier.
And I just want to make sure I'm correct in what I watched on the board meeting. The moment in time in which Royal Holdco is the direct and or beneficial owner of any entity's license under the Nevada Gaming Control Act, it won't exceed 1 day. And here, that's April 30th. Is that correct?
That is the intent, that it's basically a closing of a transaction.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a step in the transaction. And so it all goes well. We don't need to go to Chair Dreitzer and ask for an extension of time, which would be related to some breakdown in something, right? Something didn't get filed or it took longer. But that's what the moment in time is supposed to be, so that it's protecting the state and the board and the commission.
Okay, so you just kind of answered what my next question was. What if that moment in time doesn't happen? You would just be going back to Chair Dreitzer for an extension.
Which the order provides for, but it would have to be with good cause. So we'd have to make a good cause case to the chair to get that extension.
Thank you so much. Well, I certainly support your application and wish you best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here today. I don't have any additional questions between the presentations of the board and what we've heard here today and our materials. So I thank you very much for, making it easier for us. Now, you said Ms. Zuckerberg was going to be heard as to non-restricted number 2. The record should reflect she's present.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg here on behalf of Golden Entertainment. You've heard the presentation before the board and the presentation that was just given earlier. Item number 2 relates to the point in time when Golden Entertainment ceases to be a public company. So we're seeking approval for the order that will terminate registration. That's draft number 2 dated March 30th. Thank you.
30th? Is it 30th or 20th? My notes show 20, but that could be a typo.
I have the 30th.
Okay.
'30th is correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Commissioner Krolicki, do you have anything that you, anything additional?
I do not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any of my colleagues have any questions for Ms. Okerberg? Thank you. That was excellent.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I think we should separate it by by number. So at this time, does anyone have because it appears in proper form for a motion, starting with non-restricted number 1?
Certainly, Madam Chair, I can move for approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and which is recommended as such by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor here in Las Vegas, say aye.
Aye.
And Commissioner Krolicki?
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Chair, if I could take a moment to echo your comments and public comment and thank Commissioner Solis Rainey for her service to the Nevada Gaming Commission in the state of Nevada. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso.
Okay, as far as non-restricted number 2, does anyone have a motion?
I will. Madam Chair, I would move for approval of non-restricted item 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor in Las Vegas, say aye.
Aye.
And Commissioner Krolicki?
And I vote aye.
All right, thank you. There are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Niora LLC for registration as a holding company. It is also the applications of Hotel Nevada and Gambling Hall LTD and Nevada Coin Operator LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of William Richardson and Niora LLC for finding of suitability and or licensure as a member, managing member, and or key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Niora and Mr. Richardson, who is to my left. I am also joined by Kimberly Maxon Rushton, who represents the PMK Gaming Trust. As we presented at the board, we're before you today in connection with an application to transfer the PMK Gaming Trust's 50% interest in Hotel Nevada and Nevada Coin to Mr. Richardson's entity, Niora. What we'd like to do, since we know you've had an opportunity to watch the board meeting or review the transcript, is provide just an abbreviated presentation. I'd like to have Mr. Richardson speak a little bit about himself, and then Ms. Maxim Rushton and I will be here if there are any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Did it work? Okay. Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners. I'm BJ Richardson, and just a few highlights of my background. I was born in Valentine, Nebraska. I lived on a ranch until 1971 when my parents divorced and we moved to Las Vegas with my mother and my sister. I moved back to Nebraska in 1979, attended high school and ultimately moved back to Las Vegas in 1984. I've worked for Gone Gaming through several capacities over the last almost 2 decades, including facilities manager at Native Lights Casino in Newkirk, Oklahoma, chief engineer for Gone Gaming until 2015, and I became general manager of the Ely properties then. I report directly to Greg Wright and John Gone, oversee the office, maintenance, the slots, the bar, housekeeping, and renovations. In addition to my work with Gone Gaming Management, I'm also an active general contractor and a board member on the UNLV Soccer Foundation. I'd like to thank my agent for his hard work on my application, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here, and at this time, I'm going to open up to my colleagues. I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Richardson and Council. I didn't have any questions. It seemed pretty straightforward to me. So I reviewed the materials and I'm happy with your presentation at the board, but I appreciate you being here so we can meet you in person.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Thank you for being here. Of course, very much enjoyed your presentation to the Gaming Control Board. You had mentioned that you have all been seeing it, that your room revenue going up, whereas your competition hasn't had the similar good fortune. And I
That's
was
correct.
wondering if you could attribute that to anything. Is there some demographic change from your consumer base?
It has to do with the room renovations that we've been doing. We're getting a nicer product and which is giving us more revenue for our rooms that we're selling.
So is a big percentage of your clientele repeat clientele? Do you have any?
Most of the stuff, it's kind of a pass-through town. So it's like most of the nights are one night stays there.
Okay, well, congratulations on that anyway. It's always good to be the market leader, but I was fascinated and curious about that. I have no other reservations or any other questions. Fully supportive of today's proceedings in your case.
Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I couldn't help but notice in your, in the investigative materials, it looks like you live next door, I could be wrong, to Judge De La Garza. Do you, you live over by Kim Maxon? You, no?
Nope.
Okay.
There was a couple
I won't
judges in my
say- I
neighborhood
won't
that I know,
say-
but I don't know.
won't say the address. I just noticed you lived by where I grew up, and it's
Okay, I
all
lived
the
there.
s-
Yeah, we've lived
it's
there a long
literally
time.
behind the gates with Kim Maxim
Yep.
there. So I didn't know if you knew that. So Ely, all of the family law judges, there was a big convention up there every single year, which I actually went to as well, and that's
Okay.
how I got familiar with Ely. And then I guess in the last maybe 5 years, it moved, that convention, because I don't know what went on with Ely, but I just wondered if you had any plans to like maybe market again to like every family court judge in the state went to Ely, and that was for years and years and years.
Yeah, actually, so they're actually coming back again next year.
Oh,
I've already
okay.
been in contact with them and the gentleman came out and toured the properties and everything. So they're actually
Yeah.
coming back again next year.
And it was always
Yeah.
super fun to go up to Ely. And so I was really sad when they moved it.
Yeah, no, they're coming again next year.
Yeah, that's a huge crowd.
Yep.
Huge amount of people. All right. And so I also wanted to know, let's see. I guess finally, I was just shocked about the search warrant for an owl mount, and that was about it. What? For an owl? What?
Yeah.
I just thought it was one of the funnier things I've seen, having been a prior law enforcement. Who would get a search warrant for an owl? But anyway,
The Game and Parks did. Yeah.
my goodness.
Yeah, well, because an owl is considered a bird of prey. And somebody gave it to me. It wasn't mine.
Right.
So it was a gift to me. And I had it in my house on
Don't be
display.
taking owls anymore. My
And,
goodness. You're getting a
don't-
gaming license.
Don't mess with
Leave
owls.
those dead animals alone.
Yeah, right. Yeah, birds of prey are on the registry and you're not allowed to have one unless you have a special permit, which I did not have.
Well, I really commend you. You've really come up through everything, and I'm more than happy to support your application. I mean, you've got a great resume, so good luck
Thank
to
you.
you in Ely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Mr. Richardson, you are the first person I've ever met who violated the Migratory Birds Treaty Act of 1918. And I suspect you're not allowing your stepsister to use that property anymore.
Right.
And hello, Ms. Maxon Rushton, always a pleasure to see you. Couple background questions. Again, you are impeccably qualified for this, as you've been doing, and it's a pleasure to meet you. We always like to meet people we haven't seen before for a long time. But some of your background, the Nebraska, the Valentine, Nebraska, for the record, is a small town, big adventure. Is that the motto?
That would be correct. Yep.
Yeah, it should be a sister city of Reno, biggest little city in the world. But you and your wife, I won't say what the age is, but you're the same age from a town that doesn't have like 2,000 people. Did you meet each other in grade school? I mean, you've been married.
We've known
for
each other
almost
for
30
a
years.
very long time. Yes. We probably met when we were probably 11, 12 years old. Because I used to spend the summers there. After my parents' divorce, I'd go back for the summers and yeah.
Oh, that's just a good story. Former Governor Gwynn used to tell a story about himself and Dima. They met, he's a year older, but they met in kindergarten and first grade. And he always said, I have, no scandals in my past because I've been dating my wife since I was 6 years old. So, but I think that is an absolutely charming story. Could you talk about Ely a little bit in the business market? It's a place I've gone, for 30 years, to the cowbells, to, you know, various dinners and functions and to mine openings and closings, the ghost train, all of those things. But I know your high season is May through October for the drive-through stuff, you know, people exploring their Nevada. But could you talk about the impact of the locals, you know, from you've got the Robinson Mine, Bald Mountains, you've got some other properties, you've got the prison out there, but much of your traffic on the floor come from those and dependent on the economics of the price of, you know, commodities?
Yes, about 70% of our gaming business comes from the local community. I don't see that, and it stays relatively flat. Like our financials through February, the revenue is like $4,000 difference from what it was last year at the same time. So the revenue stays fairly flat with the gaming. The locals are, you know, like I said, about 70% of our business.
Interesting. And I am impressed. I mean, I care for Ely greatly, but for you to be separated from your Valentine, so to speak, for, you know, living full time with the property for the last 10, I mean, I know you commute, but that's quite the commitment. But thank you for what you do. You know, rural Nevada needs people just like you. You know, it brings the community together. It's vibrant, great meals, good fun. And you're right at the heart of Ely. So I applaud what you've done. I'm delighted to support your application today. Just eminently qualified, and they're lucky to have you there.
Thank you.
All right. I don't have anything additional. I have reviewed the materials and support your application and appreciate you being here today. And so unless any of my colleagues have any other questions or comments?
No.
I would ask if one of you has a motion.
Certainly, Madam Chair. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And Commissioner Krolicki?
Aye.
There are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Much.
Thank you
And
for
if
being
I
here.
could, I would just like to concur with your comments earlier, Chair Tagliati, regarding Commissioner Solis Rainey. We thank you very much for all of your service. It's been wonderful working with you all these years.
Okay, before we call in non-restricted number 7, I want to inquire if Aisha Page is present. Okay, I'll be intermittently seeing if she is here, because it would appear that while she was originally placed on our agenda, it may appear that that was a moot issue. And so I just don't want her to sit here for hours when her matter won't be going forward. So just.
I did.
Oh, could you? Go ahead.
I received notice from her last night that she will not be in attendance today.
Okay, thank you. So that will be, even though it shows on our agenda, I think the record should reflect that because my understanding that she is no longer employed in a gaming position, that the 2 positions she had at the time of her hearing are no longer. And because of that, her circumstances are such that she will just, presumably if she seeks to work in the industry in the future, she would file a gaming employee registration application, right? And that would be it. And that would be considered in its proper and due course. So because of that, we won't be hearing that item. And I just needed to make a quick record on that and make sure that the woman didn't sit here for 3 hours to find that out. But apparently she's already been notified by staff or has some understanding of that. Okay, and the record should reflect Madam Secretary nodded yes. All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of David Forsler for licensure as a key executive at Eclipse Route Operations LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, good morning, Chair Tagliati, membership, and Madam Executive Secretary. I, John Moran III of the law firm of Hutchison and Steffen, am appearing before you today on behalf of Eclipse Route Operations LLC, doing business as ECL Gaming, to present non-restricted item number 7, which is the key executive application of Mr. David Forsler, the company's chief operating officer. Mr. Forsler is desirous of making an affirmative presentation detailing his extensive background in the gaming industry and in slot route operations. He is an impressive individual with a very clean past, so it is no surprise to me, and it shouldn't be surprise to you, that there were no areas of concern or areas of interest with his application and through the investigatory processes. We kindly request your approval of his application, Madam Chair, membership for the licensure as key executive. Let me also thank staff and control board leadership, in particular Senior Agent Scott Widmar, for the time and effort spent on this particular application. Madam Chair and membership, thank you for your time as well, and please let me know if you have any questions. With that, I'd like to turn to Mr. Forsler to make his opening statement, but before that, I'd like to say today is sort of sad for me because I've worked for a long time with Commissioner Solis Rainey as well, and I'm kind of sad that she's departing because she had such a fundamental knowledge of the history of gaming in Nevada. She had the legal background and probity, and just a great demeanor in working with her professionally over all these years. And I'm going to miss you as a key component of this commission. So I wish you the best of success in your future business endeavors.
Thank you, Mr. Moran.
I think his retirement. So it's going to be.
I didn't want to say that
retirement
because I wanted
endeavors.
to vote on this and vote yes.
Family,
I didn't want to upset
travel.
her.
Philanthropy, right? That kind of thing. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's
Back
perfect.
to you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Tagliati and commission members. My name is David Forsler. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of ECL Gaming and Eclipse Route Operations. Having read a detailed statement into the record at the board hearing earlier this month, and given that you are fully aware of every detail related to my career, my experience, and my personal suitability, that's due to the professional and thorough work of Agent Scott Widmar and the investigations team. And out of respect for your time, I'll keep things brief today. That said, I would like to restate that I've had the privilege of living in the state of Nevada and working in our industry for the last 38 years, with my work focused almost entirely on casino gaming. I joined ECL Gaming in February of 22, and I assumed my current role in March of 2025. As COO, I provide strategic direction and oversight to all operational verticals, including gaming, tavern operations, food and beverage, information technology, marketing, and administration. And as ECL Gaming currently employs approximately 750 Nevadans across 56 gaming locations statewide, I take my responsibility seriously. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to again express gratitude for what our industry has provided for my family. And I would like to thank the entirety of Nevada Gaming Control, including this commission and the board, for working diligently to maintain the integrity of our industry. I'm proud to be a part of it, and I can confidently say that my contributions have had a positive impact. I appreciate your time today, and I would be happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you. And we appreciate you being here today and the opportunity to speak with you. If I could, I'm going to start with Commissioner Krolicki. Just kind of alternating here. Do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Forsler, a pleasure to see you and to meet you, and Ms. Moran, always a pleasure. You did a good job declaring who you were today. No pauses. I mentioned at the last application that, it's just, we like to meet people we haven't met before, and we've met you before in 2013 or others, but I appreciate you coming in, and, this is your second time through the chute. But, it's important to get the updates that you have. And I have to take the opportunity as I'm not shy to do these things, but, I'm a Missouri kind of guy. Used to spend summers at a Boy Scout camp at Fort Leonard Wood, which I think you're from. Or did you ever,
So I spent a brief period of time in Fort Leonard Wood. I was born in Missouri, Fort Leonard Wood, when my dad was in the Army.
Yep.
I lived in Missouri for approximately 2 months, so I have no
So
recollection.
You have no memory. Well, Fort Leonard was
yeah.
humid, and that's where we spent the time on the base. But then you went to a gorgeous area, and that would be Zephyr Cove, Nevada, and that's my home. So you were a Wattel warrior. Is that a true story?
That is correct, though that part of my life I was in and out with different family members, but I spent my freshman year and my senior year and graduated from George Wattel High School. Yes, I did.
Good for you. All three of my daughters, attended at one point or another. But were you a mighty Cub at Zephyr Cove Elementary as well?
I was also at Zephyr Cove Elementary.
There you go.
Yep,
Well,
there you go.
the building's still there. It's gotten smaller. I think the last graduating class was about 18 kids and young adults. So I'm sure it was bigger then. Could you describe your relationship with Mr. Winchell and how you work together? I know you joined them in 2022, but did you know him prior, or you've really just in the last few years become acquainted and you're working together?
Yeah, no, I did not. I met him just briefly before I came to work for him. And I was doing some work, basically consulting for another group, working on some mergers and acquisitions for them. And just by happenstance, got into a conversation with Ron, who was working diligently to evolve his organization. His growth had been pretty aggressive over the last decade, and the organization was struggling to keep up. So I was part of that evolution.
No, you described in great detail in front of the Gaming Control Board your responsibilities, who reports to you and how many, and you described your day. But I am, you're exactly, the right profile for this opportunity. Congratulations to Mr. Winchell for securing your services. And I'm always happy to support a Wattel warrior graduate. And
All right, I appreciate it.
There you go.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So that's the difference between Northern Nevada mascots and Southern Nevada mascot. You're Northern Nevada, you've got the mighty Cubs. And in Las Vegas, you've got the Scorpions.
Oh, there you go.
So there's that. When we're talking about kids elementary mascots. Anyway, do any of my colleagues here in Las Vegas have any questions or comments? Commissioner Marcantonis?
Nothing further today. Thank you, Chair. I believe fully supportive.
Thank you, sir.
I just have one more question on the point of view of, do you share Mr. Winchell's thoroughbred hobby?
So that's interesting. I know very little about horse racing. Everything I know, it's kind of nice to have a horse in the race, if I may use that term. But yeah, several. But no, I was not passionate. I learned what I've learned since I've known Ron.
Well, I love it. But as it happens, did his horse win the Dubai World Cup? Magnitude
yes,
won the Dubai.
That is a big.
Congratulations to him. Probably one of the biggest races in the entire world. Thank you.
And if you know Ron, you've never seen him smile so ear to ear. Yeah, that was a biggie.
Well, you're doing it for him, all the smiling. But thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Thanks, sir.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for being here. And it's always great to see you, Mr. Moran. Always good. And your resume is, exceptional. Everything you've done. You've obviously grown up in probably one of the most beautiful places in the world here in Nevada. And I only had one quick question, and that was, I saw that you have 6 direct reports through 682 employees who report to you. And I noticed that the whole company, Ellipse, has about 713 employees. So I was just kind of wondering, maybe are the few employees, the 30 or so, are those from Kentucky, Wyoming, or New Hampshire, or do you supervise anybody from other states?
No. So ECL Gaming is specific to Nevada, and those outstanding employees are financial audit compliance that, are separated from my group.
From your group.
Yeah.
Well, again, you've been previously licensed, there's no area of concerns. I fully support your application, and thank you for being here again.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for being here. Sometimes when we have somebody that was licensed, we have to have an update and have all the additional information that's kind of brings us up to speed on your background. But I echo the comments of my colleagues, and so I don't have anything additional. Did you? Okay, so at this time, it would appear it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 7 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Aye.
There are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted items held out for discussion. And then we're going to handle restricted item number 1, and then we're going to take a short comfort break. So is that okay with the court reporter?
Yes, that's perfect. I was going to ask for one, so that works great.
Okay. So if you could then please read in to the record restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of 5 River Inc. doing business as 7-Eleven store number 14087A for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Gershon Gill and Harjinder Kaur for licensure as a shareholder, director, and officer as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, Jeff Donato, and road agent. Joining us today from Carson City is the applicants, Mr. Gill, Mr. Carr.
Are we going to be able to see them?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Good to see you. Thank you. Can you see us okay?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Just wanted to ask Mr. Donato when the last time he had a restricted item that was heard at 10:15.
Very rare. I appreciate you moving that forward. So caught me off guard there for a minute, but I do appreciate it. And we do appreciate you allowing the applicants to appear from Carson City today.
Of course, we're happy to have them. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. This application is for a restricted gaming license for a 7-Eleven store. Currently, there is no gaming at this location. If this I'm sorry, wrong file. Sorry, let me start that again. So this location is an existing convenience store operating as 7-Eleven store number 14087A, located in the city of Reno at 1770 Citro Street. On or about May 20th of 2024, 5 River Inc., or the corporation, assumed operations of the store. The corporation is owned 100% by Mr. Gill and Mrs. Carr, husband and wife, who hold their interests as joint tenants with right of survivorship. Mr. Gill serves as a president and director. Mrs. Carr serves as secretary, treasurer, and director of the corporation, and both are actively involved in the day-to-day operations of the business. In connection with the change of ownership, the prior franchisee surrendered his gaming license upon exiting the business. At that time, the machines were removed from the store and all gaming ceased operations at the location. The application today seeks approval of the applicants to hold the restricted gaming license, which will allow gaming to be reestablished at the store for up to 7 machines. Although the applicants would hold the gaming license, they would be conducting the gaming operations under pursuant to a participation agreement with Golden Route Operations, which will serve as a slot route operator. With that, Mr. Gill, Mrs. Carr have given their backgrounds at the board. They'd be happy to do so again if you would like them to do so.
I would appreciate you just talking a little bit about yourselves, introduce yourselves to us. That would be great. If you want to give us the short version, that's fine too, whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah, my name is Harjinder and I'm from India. I've been here almost 29 years. And I've been with the 7-Eleven almost 20 years. So this is my second location, 14087. First one we have, but there's no gaming. And this is gonna be my first experience with the gaming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Gershon Gill, and I moved from India 2005. And 2014, we bought a first store in Reno. And 2024, this one is my second location. So we guys apply for the gaming.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues, going to ask them if they have any questions for you. I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Thank you for being here. I just had a quick question with respect to the gifts that you received. What's the nature of your relationship with the two gift givers? I mean, go ahead.
They're family friends.
Okay, and I know our materials indicated there was no expectation of repayment, but those were substantial gifts. Is that money that you intend to pay back at some point?
Not really.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just hadn't seen one with that. It's a big percentage of, the amount that you use to purchase. So with them not being family, I just wanted to get a little bit more clarity on the nature of, the relationship, how the gift came about and such.
No, it's just because there's no any banks do loan for 7-Eleven. So we have to have that's like a kind of request from the friends to get money from them. So might be one point if they need help, we can help them back.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners Mark Antonis or Silver?
I don't have any further questions today. The presentation in depth at the Gaming Control Board, fully supportive. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. No, the only question I had is why did you leave Napa? It's such a beautiful place. I just noticed who leaves Napa?
I know, but it's big opportunity in Reno, so that's why. I miss Napa too.
I understand. Well, I fully support your application. I wish you best of luck.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I give you credit for your answer. I thought immediately you would say taxes.
No.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Yeah, taxes would be the perfect answer. Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Donato, and to your clients today, greetings. And the answer to Commissioner Silver's, it's the biggest little city in the world. Everyone wants to come to Reno. So that's why we do this, not just taxes. I had a question also on the gifting that Commissioner Solis Rainey had asked, and I just, I appreciate the answers, but when asked if there was any expectation of repaying the loan, I heard not really today, or maybe in the future, if they need help. But can you all just confirm that there is no contractual obligation between those gifts that you've received in the past and any commitment going forward?
No, there was nothing.
Okay, well, those are good friends. I also have questions about the loans, and I think you just answered some of that. So it's difficult, if not impossible, to get a loan from a traditional source for a 7-Eleven franchise. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
The terms of the loan are very expensive. The interest rates that you're paying, I think the loans came out of both of them are in 2023. I know markets are, choppy and bumpy, but they are somewhat lower. I just want to make sure your leverage and your debt load is not too severe for you to handle. Can you address, your intent of the loans?
It's not hard because we making money from the store. So we paying everything on time. So my loan is like a long term. It's for 30 years.
Yes, both of them are.
Yes.
But you're not refinancing going forward. You're just happy with what you have?
Yes, not right now. No, I'm okay with it.
All right. Well, if you're okay with it, I'll be okay with it. But thank you for putting those things on the record. I don't have any further questions, and I'm happy to support the application. And it's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have anything additional that my colleagues haven't spoken to you about, or the board. So at this time, it appears it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 1 with the stated condition regarding the surveillance system, and as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And Commissioner Krolicki?
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Senior Agent Wilson for her hard work on this application, and Commissioner Solis Rainey for her service. And it's been a pleasure appearing before you all these years. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, it's 10:23. I would ask that we reconvene promptly at 10:35. Thank you. Commissioner Krolicki?
I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Okay, we're back on the record after our comfort break. Madam Secretary, since we have concluded our restricted agenda, could you please read in our next item?
Next, for your consideration, you have the petition for removal of Francis Citro Jr. from the list of excluded persons pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 28, case number 90-20.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Green.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. My name is Tony Scrow, and along with Mr. Lasher, we represent petitioner Francis Citro, who's here with us today.
Okay, at this time, we should make a record that the original petition and the supplemental petition and its attachment, which would include a PowerPoint, is a matter as publicly, it's been filed and is publicly available for review. And also, I wanted to advise you that the process that we will entertain today. Obviously, those of us that are here on the commission, we have reviewed the petition, the supplemental petition, the attached exhibits, the PowerPoint, and there is a record at a previous proceeding of the information related to the original proceedings that placed Mr. Citro on the excluded persons list in the first instance is obviously available to us. So that is what has been available for our review. At this time, what I was going to do is you're going to be given 20 minutes to present your case, if you will, on the petition and the supplemental petition that we've all reviewed, as well as any PowerPoint you want to cover that's attached. That's also a matter of public record on file. At that point, your affirmative presentation will end, and the intention would be that any comments or questions by the commission members posed to you or just generally made, you would have the opportunity to address and answer questions. And then at some point thereafter, there would be an opportunity for one of my colleagues to make a motion. Once a motion is made, unless there's a question specifically directed to you, your participation ends and the discussion on the motion would occur along with a vote. So do you have any questions about how we intend to proceed?
I do not, and I appreciate the time allotment, Your Honor.
Okay, so at this time, when you're ready.
Thank you again. I would like to begin with some references to what happened some 35, 40 years ago. I have the transcript with me, and I know the commissioners have it as well. It was a hearing held over November 20th and 21st of 1991. And part of the consideration as to the need for consideration for removal, because we're only here today to see if we can get a hearing for such consideration. The issue, and this is at page 473 of the transcript, the issue that was raised by the commission members at that time is or was in reference to Mr. Citro being a threat to the gaming industry because he had been convicted of a number of felonies in the federal jurisdiction, and because he has or had at the time a savory and notorious reputation. The petition, of course, was brought under Regulation 28. We are here today under NRS 28.080, which is the provision that allows for removal from the Black Book or to be no longer considered someone who is on the list of excluded persons. And we know that was considered in 1991. Additionally, some of the individuals, and we'll talk about this here in a minute, that were ostensibly connected to Mr. Citro at the time, which provided the framework for the reputation component. All of those people have since passed away. We are here at a time where we are 35, 40 years since the time of the hearing that occurred back in 1991. So with that, I'd like to begin relative to just a discussion of Regulation 28. And is this on, Madam Chair? Can you see what I can see on the screen? Is the PowerPoint connected?
Yes.
It is. Okay. The inclusion criteria of Regulation 28, including the considerations that caused Mr. Citro to be included, were the felony convictions, as I alluded to from the transcript that I referenced, and the reputation component. It also includes career offender status and the notion of a present threat to gaming industry. And my comments will be largely based on the notion of what constitutes a present threat, because even though 28.080 allows for removal, it does not define what a current threat is. So we move on. And I believe, and I, unlike some of my colleagues who have appeared here throughout this morning's proceedings, I do not have the experience here that my predecessors here had who appeared earlier today. But I can't imagine a more compelling responsibility than the need for discernment, especially in a case like this. The discernment comes because in Nevada, just in the first 3 months of 2025, had over 10,000 felony convictions. Now, when you look at Regulation 28 and you see that a felony conviction is enough to consider inclusion in the Black Book or to be placed on the list of excluded persons, clearly the discernment that is necessary here is substantial. And I included in the PowerPoint, the commissioners should all have this, the chart that talks about the different types of felony convictions that were sustained during that particular period of time. So really we get to the consideration of the worst relative to the impact on the integrity of the gaming industry. Now, when we talk about the need to discern, you know, we live in this digital age, social media. There are clips I could have included with thousands. I just chose one random sampling about persons stealing chips, fights in the casinos. I know you all have your hands full in terms of the need to discern, given the amount of things that are occurring in our gaming establishments, even as we're sitting here right now today. The need for discernment includes the consideration of who's the worst of the worst relative to the impact of those folks that could impact the integrity of gaming. In 2001 through 2026, and I just chose RICO because of the circumstances that Mr. Citro found himself in 1991. Since 2001 to 2026, the last 25 years, 191 RICO cases were filed in Nevada. We have folks that I'm sure you all are familiar with, as particularly those of you that had experience with some of these folks while you were on the bench, members of the Mexican Mafia, MS-13. There's the trial I just ran into Rick Wright a few days ago. He's in a 3-month trial, still picking up some of these defendants in our federal system now. The Laughlin River Run riot, I had the opportunity or misfortune of being involved in those cases for a long time, as I know some of you have been as well. And so when we get to these folks, none of these individuals that were indicted and convicted over the last 25 years for RICO violations, none of them were submitted for consideration relative to be considered to be placed on the list of excluded persons. And our newspapers, in terms of reputation and that sort of thing, have provided extensive in-depth coverage. Again, this is one example of what could have been dozens or hundreds of examples of newspaper articles reporting about different events that happen in gaming. If you all will recall, it wasn't too long ago where we had this, what came to be known as the River Run riot, where rival motorcycle gangs converged in some Laughlin casinos, and a big fight broke out. 3 people ended up dead. Many folks were convicted as a result of that. None of those persons were ever submitted for consideration to be placed on the list of excluded persons. Clearly, that sort of thing is something that some could argue would be the sort of thing that could cause someone to be submitted for inclusion for being involved in a riot that resulted in the death of 3 different individuals. We have now recent nominations that included Mr. Wayne Nix and Mr. Matthew Boyer. And the outcome of those submissions also impacted the gaming license of Mr. Scott Sabella. You all know these cases far better than I do. The point of the matter is this: those cases clearly represented and demonstrated a present risk to gaming, a present risk. And they involved illegal bookmaking and whether or not casino executives were involved in the facilitation of that illegal bookmaking, et cetera. But clearly there's a distinction between those particular issues that came before you all and were occurring in real time, simultaneous with your consideration as to whether to put them on the list of excluded persons. And I want to compare and contrast that to the consideration of having a hearing for someone that was included 35 years ago. We had Mr. Sabella also appear, who again did his appearance manifested in the forfeiture of his license, but he was not included personally in the Black Book. Mr. Epstein, and I know obviously, hindsight's 2020. There have been many reports since his death, or depending on what dark websites you want to look at, whether he's still alive. But the bottom line is he was here in Las Vegas enjoying benefits at our Las Vegas casinos. And there was criticism lodged in our local media as to whether or not he should have ever been nominated for inclusion to be on the list of excluded persons, and he was not. And so we get to, again, the need to discern, and all I'm looking for here is for the commission to approve a hearing so that Mr. Citro can demonstrate to the board that he's not the same person he was 35 years ago. Some might argue none of us really are, but he needs the opportunity to be able to demonstrate and reflect that by way of presentation of evidence, which is provided for statutorily. When you look at the original intent of Regulation 28, it was established in 1960. There was a push to remove organized crime influence from casinos. And even in 1960, which was 65 years ago when this ordinance or this regulation was introduced, its focus as well was based on current threats versus past offenses, all of which was designed to protect the gaming reputation of each of our casinos and to promote public confidence in the industry. And we must remember that this is to be considered a preventative measure, not a punitive measure, right? So our goal collectively is to ensure that we are maintaining the integrity of the gaming industry in real time today, and as opposed to the focus on what happened in this case 35 to 40 years ago. And I'm using that time frame because the inclusion occurred in 1991. The last felony conviction was 1987, hence the range in my comments. Why was Mr. Citro originally included? Because he had 4 felony convictions between 1980 and 1987. He was labeled in the 1980s as having a notorious and unsavory reputation. He served 10 years for his convictions, and he's been in the Black Book, as I mentioned earlier, about 35, 36 years. Since 1987, he has zero criminal offenses. Now, because Regulation 28 does not describe what current means, I drew from examples in my world as a practitioner here in our state for more than 35 years. And these are the things that our courts and our legislators have defined as relevant timeframes to determine current. So I start with DUIs, okay? In a DUI case, the metric applied to all of us that live in the state of Nevada is a beginning and an ending period of 7 years. In other words, our legislature has determined that offenses that occur within that metric are the ones that are to consider to be used against that person to aggravate particular height of the crime, to aggravate particular sentences to be imposed. So in DUIs, 7 years. Well, some might say, okay, well, that's a DUI. That's a misdemeanor until it's not, right? When you get your third one, now it's a felony and you have 7 years. So in other words, that time frame was the time ascribed by the legislature to confine us as a society to understand what makes someone worthy of having an aggravated crime or an aggravated sentence. When you look at other examples, domestic battery, domestic violence is the same thing. The metric applied by our legislature and by our judges in our state is 7 years. 7 years. So that means someone that, regardless of the notorious nature of a domestic violence charge, if you have one every 6 years, some would say that's a pretty reprehensible criminal background. However, our legislature said, yeah, but we're not going to hold those old ones against you. If you look at record sealing in Nevada, we can seal so that they're hidden from any public scrutiny whatsoever. We can seal the most serious felony crimes in our state after 10 years. The level B, C, and D felonies in our state, we can seal them after 5 years. Why do we do that? We do that because in Nevada, we believe, maybe more so than any other state, we're going to punish you and we're going to give the appropriate punishment. But once you are resolved with that punishment, with that punitive nature of what we're going to do for you, we're going to give you a chance to demonstrate that you can rehabilitate. We're going to give you a chance to demonstrate that you need and you deserve a second chance. And even in Nevada, amongst record sealing, we have determined as a community, as a society, that 10 years is the outside limit for how long one must wait before we can seal felonies. When we look at impeachment, and here's a really interesting part, it is ironic to me as a practitioner that in Nevada, we have impeachment statutes, which means I can go testify about what I saw. I can go testify as a witness for the prosecution, state of Nevada versus Joe Blow. When I'm done testifying, the defense attorney can inquire if I have any prior criminal history. Included in that inquiry would be prior felonies. If my prior felony happened more than 10 years ago, the defense attorney can't use it. Why? Because my credibility cannot be attacked for something that's more than 10 years ago. So understand the irony here that's presented before you all. Mr. Citro right now could witness a crime. He could be called as a witness by the state of Nevada, and his credibility would be untouched because of the staleness of the convictions. So I think it's important to understand the intent behind these time frame limitations in considering whether or not Mr. Citro is entitled to a hearing. When we look at other issues such as what do we do with ex-felons in our state? Well, we hire many of them. Some of my colleagues who are here representing different gaming industry icons, I think was one of the terms that was used. Those folks are hiring ex-felons now in casinos. There's a site called GCheck, which is the preeminent research facility that holds data relative to where people come from in employment. MGM, Caesars, and Stations are at the top of the top in terms of who hires ex-felons to work in their hotels. When we look at ZipRecruiter statistics, I found this to be very interesting because not only do casinos hire ex-felons, but 100% of those hires, 100% are in person. So we have a significant amount of ex-felons working right now in our casinos, all of whom are required to report in person to those casinos. This all goes back to the need to discern. Clearly, an ex-felon can work in a hotel, report in person, and clearly that fact, standing alone, does not cause anyone to have a concern about the integrity of the gaming industry. When we look at what he has done, he being Mr. Citro, he has been a law-abiding citizen, as I mentioned earlier, for decades. Now, one of the things I wanted to reference that happened in 1991, and this is at
No, you got like 3 minutes.
Mr. Citro was criticized for not having any witnesses in 1991. I have provided a list of those, and they're in the PowerPoint, of those who will testify at the hearing if one is granted, so we can rectify and overcome that criticism. Regulation 28.080 provides for good cause, and he's not a present threat, as I've articulated already. There must be some regulatory consistency in understanding the differential between someone who in real time this year, last year, did something to contribute to the lack of integrity of gaming. That must be someone that is nominated for inclusion in the list of excluded persons, versus someone like this gentleman sitting here to my right, who has done nothing improper for going on 35 years. Imagine if Mr. Nix in 2061 came back, would we all assume he was the exact same person? He was criticized. Mr. Citro was criticized in 1991 for not demonstrating evidentiary that he is not the same person that appeared before the Gaming Control Board, or before the commission 35 years ago. We'd like that opportunity. And because of the limitation on time, and I do appreciate the 20-minute allotment, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to submit it and field any questions the commissioners deem appropriate.
Okay, thank you. As far as just for the record, the petition, the supplemental petition, I don't think it was verified pursuant to what's the requirement. I don't know, you cited it in the petition. Regulation 18. So, or 28, yeah, 080. So we're kind of overlooking that and letting it go forward, because honestly, and this is what I was signaling to you with the 20 minutes. This commission is very careful in reading every single submitted. This has been continued so that we could read everything that was submitted, including the PowerPoint. So I guess we're going to entertain and include the supplement. I allowed it, although there's no requirement to allow a supplement once a petition is, because the point was to allow you to present the information that you wanted to. And so I don't think that gets achieved by putting form over substance at this point, since the original petition was verified. But technically, the supplement was not, but we're going to entertain it because we're here and we've read it, and again, don't want to put form over substance. So with that said, I would open it up to my colleagues for any comments, questions. And again, this is related to whether or not there would be a subsequent hearing. Does someone have any questions or comments?
I do. I just had a quick question for Mr. Sgro. Could you briefly, in like the minute that you had left, could you summarize what you believe the good cause is for us to entertain this request for a hearing?
I apologize for interrupting. The good cause is that Mr. Citro is no longer a present threat to the gaming community, that there must be a way to define what constitutes a current threat to the community. And it is our position that given other examples of what constitutes current, and I provided certain examples that range from 7 to 10 years, certainly 35 years ago has to be fair game for consideration as to whether or not he can now demonstrate through evidence the fact that he's not the same person that was put on the list of excluded persons 35 years ago.
Okay, your arguments, however, seem to be built on kind of a false premise. I don't see anywhere in either Regulation 28.080 or NRS 151 that talks about a current threat. I mean, you took that out of a statement made in a completely different context when it was entertaining, who the board is currently considering, to place into the excluded persons list. So I wanted to make sure that I understood, what your argument is.
Yes, you're correct. The only reference point we can assume is the accurate one is reflecting back to the transcript, because that was the place where the commissioners back in the early 90s articulated their concerns as to what the issues were that were such that Mr. Citro should have been considered for inclusion in the list of excluded persons. When the presentation was originally made, those were the two things: the present threat, the notorious reputation, and the fact that he was an ex-felon. So that came from the.
I just wanted to make sure. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that I was clear and the record reflected that there's no currency requirement in the removal. It's your burden to show good cause.
Correct.
And I wanted to understand what you believe that good cause was, and I do now. So thank you.
Yeah, we agree. Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Silver.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll preface and thank you for being here, Mr. Scrow. It's always good to see you.
Thank you.
I guess I'll preface my comments that I want to put on the record by saying that I'm one of 9 individuals that was even on the Pardons Board of Nevada, along with the governor, attorney general, and the other Supreme Court justices. And I certainly have been on a board where we have taken into account many of the factors that you are presenting to us now for consideration as far as rehabilitation and these other things regarding acts of grace. And I've certainly, I've been on that board. We have given acts of grace to even people who have been in prison for many, many years, including first-degree murders. But having said that, what we are doing here today and kind of like what your presentation, it appears to be quite an opposite of what we're actually here for as far as removal and what we're looking for. I'd also say that when you even consider, for example, I opined, or I actually wrote the opinion in Nevada Gaming Commission versus Wynn, which has to do, this commission is statutory in nature. And so we follow the statutes and regulations. And that's why I say kind of your presentation is somewhat in opposite of really the procedure in which the commission proceeds. So having said that, my comments on this case is that Mr. Citro had given a statement to this commission in 1991 that although he was convicted for crimes involving a 50-page indictment by a joint FBI task force, he had claimed to be innocent and that he had no mob affiliations at that hearing. His petition for removal is basically the same, along with his letters of support and some paperwork that he did charity work many years ago. Importantly, during the 1991 commission hearing, he had a very eloquent attorney, just like he does here, Mr. Scrow, to appear on his behalf. His current petition mirrors, I think, what was stated previously to the commission in order to prevent putting him in the black book. And I recognize that time has passed, and I commend him for doing some community service some years ago, as well as some other admirable acts since he's been placed in the black book. But critically, a denial of a hearing by this commission does not deprive him of his ability to entertain people let alone deprive him of any constitutional right, which was kind of alluded to in some of the moving papers. There's no constitutional right violated by one, not having a hearing pursuant to law. And by the way, I should add that we do thousands and thousands of appeals on the Supreme Court, which are submitted on documentation. And we very rarely ask for oral argument at all. And yet we literally create law based on submitted documents. Additionally, I'd note that although you're used to it, and I certainly was used to it as a practitioner, Mr. Citro, of getting hearings all the time in the 8th, you go up to Washoe County in Nevada and many of the other jurisdictions, you do not have any oral argument. Everything is submitted in the courts. It's submitted on the paperwork and the documentation. The court actually has to ask for a hearing up in Washoe County. You just don't get a hearing. I want to point that out. Number two, his not being able to walk or enter into non-restricted gaming establishments is not a constitutional right violation. In fact, from the record, he regularly entertains at places like the Italian American Club, for example. And importantly, he's able to entertain at restaurants, at bars, at taverns, all of which have slots, video poker machines. In fact, he can gamble at any of them. And I'd emphasize that nothing stops him from entertaining at any of the restricted gaming locations today or over the last 35 to 40 years that he's been placed in the Black Book. In his own exhibits to this commission, in support of his petition, he submitted a video from CBS Good Morning America, in which he was interviewed on national TV. I believe personally that Citro is over dramatic in that particular interview when he tells the reporter that being in the Black Book is like being dead. He says over and over, being in the Black Book is like being dead. But I would critically emphasize that in Nevada, we have over 2,000 restricted license locations that he is welcome at, he can entertain at, he can eat with his family at, he's allowed to play slots, video poker, he can PT pub out, he can Dotties out, he can Jackpot Jonies out, he can Sierra Gold out. There are 2,000 locations that he is allowed to play at and enjoy himself at. He just can't go into casinos with table games, horse racing, and sports books. But nothing has stopped him for the last 35 to 40 years in enjoying our restricted gaming locations in the entire state of Nevada. Again, if you look at the CBS Good Morning America show exhibit that he's provided to us, he's actually seen walking around that tavern with slots. He was playing blackgammon in the show. So I think it's far from being dead or unable to work and entertain or enjoy a meal with his family. To be honest, I really couldn't believe until I started, this isn't something that we've done before, and it's not something I was familiar with. I was actually couldn't believe that people in the Black Book get to play and game at over 2,000 restricted locations. I think that that's the most shocking thing for me that's come out of this hearing. But in any event, it took hours to read the prior investigation, the transcripts, which put him in the Black Book. And quite frankly, after reviewing everything, if this commission thinks that Wayne Nix or Matthew Boyer is a person of bad reputation or character, having reviewed the record, I'd say that they're absolute amateurs next to Citro. The 50-page indictment with multiple counts against him involving associations with known mobsters, including the ringleader in that case, his involvement with both legal and illegal gaming and bookmaking in both California into Nevada also led his involvement with extortion and loan sharking, and they're remarkable, to say the least. His conduct clearly, although indicted and tried in California, was far-reaching into Las Vegas. He lived here at the time. In fact, Citro had been a dealer at the Frontier. His girlfriend and mother to his child was a dealer at the time as well. He admitted to being a quote, professional gambler to this commission, and it's undisputed that he was convicted by a jury of his peers unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt of all of those crimes. Counts of being a loan shark. His co-conspirators were actually on a wire where the FBI heard them discuss killing people or breaking legs when they couldn't pay their gaming debts back at 1,000% interest. Now, despite what happened at his trial, Citro tried to convey to this commission back in 1991 that he was wrongfully convicted. But I think it's important to note for me personally as a judge and what I've certainly written in cases in the Nevada Supreme Court, that the jury didn't convict him like a ham sandwich. I found it was significant that there was a split verdict by the jury in that case. And that means that the jury found several people. It's a 50-page indictment, multiple people, and they're alleged, racketeering. But they found several defendants not guilty. But Citro and the ringleader of that particular indictment were guilty of all of the crimes charged. And on top of this, I would note that unlike Boyer and Nix, Citro is in fact a habitual criminal, having been convicted of 4 different felony cases. I mean, he literally qualifies as a habitual criminal under the law. He's had credit card fraud. Now, I've seen credit card cases, possession, for 40 years of my professional life as a lawyer and a judge. And usually they involve defendants holding others' credit cards, just using them. Here, Citro was actually convicted of creating the fraudulent credit cards and with the intent to defraud. So he's creating the fraudulent credit cards. So he also has crimes of not only moral turpitude, but he has crimes of dishonesty, and he had been convicted of the felonies for that. He's convicted of conspiracy to use counterfeit access devices, multiple counts, racketeering, influence, and corruption organization, and making extortionate extensions of credit and collection of credit by extortionate means in violation of federal law. His membership and association with organized crime have been repeatedly chronicled, including by the Department of Justice and the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Intelligence Division, along with our own Nevada Gaming Control Board agents, including associations with Anthony Spilaccio, Fat Herbie Blitzstein, Vito Spallone, Frank Serra, John Abel Joseph Bolognese, and John Barrow. Critically, Citro was 48 years old when he was convicted of racketeering and extortion in the case I just mentioned, and that all was involved in gaming. He was just 7 years away from being a senior citizen. Citro had grown children along with smaller children at the time when he was convicted. So it wasn't like he was 18 years old. It's not like he was young, impulsive, stupid kid who made an immature mistake. He was almost 50 years old when he was convicted of the majority of his felonies and crimes. So time may have passed, but I submit Nevada is still the gold standard for gaming. Citro was a known mobster with ties to seriously scary individuals. Citro has at least 4 prior felony convictions, and by the way, has multiple other arrests listed in our prior investigation materials in front of the commission. I read an overwhelming record of his background from this commission records in considering his request. But again, we are the gold standard. So the question here is not whether he is a current threat, but whether, considering the reasons he was placed on the list previously and weighing the factors submitted by him that he's presented to establish good cause here today, it would be in the best interest of the state of Nevada, Nevada's reputation in the gaming world internationally, and Nevada's gaming industry to remove him from the Black Book. As petitioner's counsel even points out, the list of excluded persons, quote, was designated to protect the reputation of Nevada gaming with the ultimate goal of fostering public confidence in the gaming industry, end of quote. And therefore, pursuant to the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 28.080, and based on the overwhelming record before us, including his petition with his exhibits and support thereof, I'm inclined, but I would like to hear from the other commissioners to just deny the petition for a hearing to determine if he should be removed from the list of excluded person based on the petitioner's failure to meet his burden. It's a failure to meet his burden to establish good cause for removal as discussed here today. And again, I'm just saying what my inclination is, and I wanted to make a record of why I'm inclined to just submit it on the documentation in this particular case. Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I don't have anything else to add. I didn't focus so much on the reasons he was put in because I think that's established as a matter of record. And I was looking to, see whether you had met your burden in demonstrating good cause. And I don't feel that much of the time that you spent, helped you satisfy that burden. So at this point, I'm not inclined to support a request for a hearing, but I'm happy to hear from my colleagues and see if anything they say changes that position.
Commissioner Markantonis?
I do not come from the legal background. I come from the actual operational background. And I think this whole discussion comes down to two words: credibility and precedent. The credibility of our regulatory bodies, both our Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission, who we on the other side of the fence, the people who are not in these commissions, and whether they're running these monster properties and things, look at for guidance. And with respect, that we will always make a decision that will be entirely in the interests of our industry. So credibility for us has got to be very important. And precedent also has to be important, because what we do with any one person will be cited by others, who knows when, not necessarily 2 years from now, 10 years from now, 30 years from now, whatever. But I respect what my legal colleagues have certainly put on the table. But I would say that at this point, I too would not be leaning towards granting a hearing simply based on those two reasons, that we have credibility to maintain for this industry, and I'm reluctant that we have a precedent otherwise. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Scro, Mr. Citro. This is one of those hearings where it's just very important, as another non-attorney in this, much less a Supreme Court justice who reviewed these kind of cases, even though, they're different, but procedurally, they're similar. I yield much to their expertise in this. The documents are many pounds, and traveling with them, I've been thinking about this a lot, just because I've got all the documents with me. The hearing in 1991 under then chair of the commission, Bill Curran, I thought was incredibly thoughtful, patient, and it's held up for all of these years as well. And as Commissioner Markantonis just mentioned, the precedent they had, or the documentation they had 30 years ago, has held up well. What we do here today will also be referred to in the future. I want to commend my fellow Commissioner Silver. I thought that was a profoundly thoughtful, step-by-step analysis of what's in front of us today. And I'm grateful for, your expertise and the due diligence you've performed. I find much of this, Mr. Citro, very theatrical. I am not very patient with this. I believe that by, granting you a petition for reconsideration would be a great detriment to Nevada's credibility, in the gaming industry, and the regulatory, crowds around the world. There's nothing here that's really compelling. It's interesting, but I find much of it not on point. And I am not only inclined, but I will not be supporting a motion for a reconsideration today. Thank you.
So as far as for the record that I want to make on my own behalf, I think, part of the concern that I have is there's, a conflation between the current threat standard to get placed in the book in the first place, right? And what we're doing here today, good cause or not good cause. And, part of the problem is you live and die by what you present, right? The hardest part of this for me is the advocacy, because quite frankly, No one can shine a penny like you can. And that's just a tried and true deal for 30 years that I know of. But the problem is, you can go back to that transcript, but we don't have to just go back to the transcript because some of your own materials kind of give us a view of Mr. Citro, who in media reports, in the LA Times, whether it's on a TV interview, is the victim, really, isn't he? That's how he portrays himself. I just think there's two Mr. Citro, whether he chooses to engage in a certain persona for his professional reasons or because that's who he really is, I'm not willing to take that gamble, right? So we have the LA Times article where he talks about never hitting anyone with anything but his own fists. And that's in I can't really read it. Is it 2012, 2013? That's in the article that was presented and attached to the petition. Talks about he was a tough guy, but not a made guy. He worked collections. He bare knuckle boxed for years, breaking people's bones in and out of the ring. And it's like, okay, so this is how many years after? There's no what was wrong with me. It's I'm the victim. And I struggle with that a lot because the person that Dominic Gentile writes a letter about in support of him that's attached here is a nonviolent man. He's a nonviolent man at the time of these trials, but years and years later, not really apologizing for the broken bones and the bare fists and the collections and all of that. And that's his choice, and that's okay. And that might just be for his shows. But you live by it and you die by it, in my view. And so I don't support a hearing here because even the more recent materials, first of all, it's not the standard to be removed from the list that you're a current threat. And all the analogies in the world for criminal law that you have 3 lawyers here who know those analogies very well. There's no constitutional implication by not giving him the hearing here for the reasons that Commissioner Silver already stated. And there is, when we look at just the passage of time and people who know a side of Mr. Citro that support him, they know a side. You know what? There's good and bad in everyone. Certainly not suggesting that there can't be anything good about Mr. Citro. That's not what we're saying. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I don't support a hearing.
May I respond, Your Honor? And I know here it's Madam Chair, just habit of, so I apologize.
It happens all the time.
And I did the same with Justice Silver. I guess, let me tell you, outsider looking in, okay? You all, some of you know me. I've known Judge Assad for as long as I can remember. You guys know in this world right here, I'm an outsider looking in, right? But here's my view. There has to be, because there isn't any other circumstance. Justice Silver, you alluded to the parole hearings and the pardons board, the things that you did. There has got to be a mechanism through which there is an opportunity to demonstrate that you are not the same person. And I understand the constitutionality versus non-constitutional implications, but there must be a way. And so from my position, we cannot be in a scenario where we conclude no one can ever recover from being placed on the list of excluded persons, right? We can't be that society because that would be the only place in our state where that particular circumstance would exist. It doesn't exist in the criminal realm at all, right? You always have another opportunity and another chance. And I'll borrow your phrase, Justice Silver, relative to even first-degree murderers sometimes get paroled, right? And some people agree, pardon me? Pardons, I'm sorry. But they do, and there are judges here on this commission that can verify that that's accurate. I guess from my perspective, one of the things that I found myself tempted to do was to read the 1991 transcript, read what occurred in 1991, and then fast forward in my mind's eye to 2026 and think that in that blink of an eye, we're right back to where we were in 1991. So I would point out the one significant differential would be, and I appreciate Madam Chair's reference to the newspaper articles that are 13, 14 years ago and don't date back to 1991.
In the television interview.
A television interview.
Right.
Thank you, Judge. I can appreciate that, but at the end of the day, the market differential in my mind's eye has got to be consideration of the time that's gone by. In other words, the side that people see, let's use Dominic Gentile. Several of us know who he is. He is and would be subject to examination and questions from anyone on the commission in terms of what they know and didn't know about Mr. Citro. He's not the only witness. The chair then, Chair Curran, was the one who was most critical that he wanted to hear from witnesses. The deficit complained of then in 1991 was the absence of any witnesses that wanted to or would have appeared in support of Mr. Citro's attempt to not be on the list of excluded persons. So I guess to me, again, outsider looking in, it feels like there was or is the temptation to reflect back 35 years ago and assume that everything has stayed the same. And in those 35 years, we've all had in our careers knowledge of persons that have taken that misstep, right? I've had the misfortune of representing some of those persons that have had missteps over 35 years. In those 35 years, there must be some consideration made for someone that has been crime-free. And Justice Silver, you know, I respect you. I know the opinions you've written. I am aware of them. The folks that you referenced in the comments that you made, they're all dead. They're all dead. Every single one of them. So there's no longer anyone for Mr. Citro to associate with. He's got his own set of health troubles. He's in his 80s, and he's not going to be sprinting out of this commission meeting. And, you know, I met him in the handicap parking spot. So he's not the same person, even from a health perspective. I don't know how much longer he's going to be with us, but he's got his own issues he's dealing with right now. I guess from my perspective, it has always been the case in my 35 years of practicing here in our community that persons are allowed to present evidence as to why they believe they're not the same person they were, whether it's because they want to get a pardon, they want to get parole, or they want to get a record seal, or they want to move from the felony to the gross misdemeanor, whatever it is. We have that in our state in every circumstance that I am aware of. All we were asking for today in all the papers sought today was a hearing to provide the opportunity. And I do not possess a magic wand that will be able to wave at that hearing and cause you all to just have a change of heart. But I do believe in the thoughtfulness of the process. I do believe in the thoughtfulness that must be commensurate with something like this, where someone's included in the Black Book. And when you start from the premises, this is supposed to be preventative and not punitive. And you compare and you couple that with 28.080, it just seems that we can't conclude that no one under any circumstances can ever be removed. And I'm aware of the history, by the way, that all the removal of names occurs posthumously, right? So the only persons that have ever been removed from the Black Book are those that have passed away. And again, with due respect to Justice Silver, there is a significant difference between entertaining at Sierra Gold versus entertaining at Mandalay Bay, or entertaining at PT's Pub, and entertaining at the Bellagio. And I know that that's a distant second place from really what the thrust of this is. But I would just encourage prior to the vote that this commission give some consideration. When we talk about precedent, I agree. Precedent is key. Wouldn't it be nice to have a hearing so that witnesses and evidence could be received, so the commission could articulate for the first time in Nevada history what those standards are that need to be met to be able to remove someone from the black book. You all could create those standards because 28.080 has none. It just says you can petition for removal. You all would have the opportunity to receive evidence, hear from witnesses, and create something and establish the precedent that will be in play long after any of us are doing this work anymore. So I would just encourage the commission to leave a door open to allow for the possibility of removal. The statute clearly defines a mechanism through which that can occur, which is this petition followed by subsequent hearing. And I'm aware, Justice Silver, that oftentimes, even in our district now, post COVID, many things are decided just on the papers. I understand that. However, in a case like this, I don't want it to be lost that practitioners like myself don't have a metric or a guide to look to be able to understand how one goes about proceeding with a petition under 28.080. And I think that's important for our community to understand. And so the purpose of the hearing, whether you change your mind, you change your inclination, or you do not, at least affords the opportunity to establish that sort of precedent that others can rely upon long after I'm gone from here as well. And I'll submit it on that.
Okay, do we have?
The only response I would have to that and what you've just commented on is go change the rules, go change the legislative, the laws. But we are bound by the regulations and the NRS, and that it gives us complete discretion procedurally to either grant a hearing or don't grant a hearing. It's literally that simple. If you don't like it, you're a lawyer. I'm sure, just like myself, you've gone up to the legislature. I can't imagine if you haven't. I got to believe with your background, Mr. Scurll, that you've been up at the legislature and you've asked for laws being changed. I know I have when I didn't like something, and I've testified on behalf. Same thing, propose a rule change. But right now, the rules and the law give us the discretion, this commission, to either grant a hearing or not based on what we've already gone over. And that's what we're looking at. That's as simple as that. So that's the only other comment I want to make.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
are you ready for motion?
I am.
I would move to, pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 28.080, I move for denial of the petition for a hearing to determine if Francis Citro Jr. should be removed from the list of excluded persons based upon petitioner's failure to meet his burden to establish good cause for removal as discussed here today.
All right, now it's time for discussion on the motion. What I would say regarding, the commentary of Mr. Scurll is that, there's a reason that the supplement was allowed. There's a reason that there's many, many statements of support for Mr. Citro by friends and attorneys that were side by side with him many years ago at his trial. Because it's not like we don't have any information, right? We're making a threshold determination to determine if that the good cause is shown. And it's not just the passage of time and you're crime free. That's not it, in my view. There's a collective determination of a person based upon what we're looking at. And I can look at some of his own exhibits to determine that that there might be a time. Well, I think you said, wouldn't it be nice if we had some process? Well, we do have a process, and I'm sure it will happen someday. But from my perspective, not in this case. So I'm going to be in support of the motion. Does anyone else have any comments?
I just wanted to comment with respect to the good cause standard. I mean, I don't want to pile on, but I do believe the process is described in the regulation. And I just feel that you didn't meet your burden today. He is, a lot of the focus is made on placing blame or portraying the victim or, asserting constitutional rights that really don't exist in this circumstance. And, when you look at the at the reasons for inclusion, which again, I didn't dwell on because, that's the record. And even in that record, Mr. Citro claimed that, one of the convictions in the United States District for Nevada was incorrect. Well, if that had been the case, even, and you had, were coming before us here, I have proof that, it was incorrect and he was exonerated, that would be good cause. We don't have anything like that today. What we do have, though, is the stain that remains from organized crimes involvement in Las Vegas. I mean, it's something that we still get asked about, in other states when people think, oh, is the mob still there? It's something that remains, and I don't think it sends the right message to the industry. It certainly doesn't send the right message to people that are included, that just surviving all the other people that were had unsavory reputations is the threshold, because that's not enough. Nevada has, gaming as a privilege. It is a privilege that is not something that everybody, shows that they are entitled to. And in this case, I just don't believe good cause has been demonstrated.
Commissioner Krolicki, do you have anything that you wish to say?
I'm prepared to vote on the motion, Madam Chair.
All right. Commissioner Marcantonis?
Nothing further to contribute. I'm prepared to vote on the motion, Madam Chair.
All right. All in favor of the motion here in Las Vegas, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And Commissioner Krolicki?
Aye.
There are none opposed. Sir, you'll have the best counsel that anyone can have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in our next agenda item?
The next item on the agenda is the consideration of the placement of Matthew Raymond Boyer to the list of excluded persons, case 25-07.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. My name is Nona Lawrence and I'm with the Attorney General's office. The matter before you today is to consider the board's nomination of Matthew Boyer to Nevada's list of excluded persons. This is not a contested hearing, as one was not requested by Mr. Boyer, but the commission must still consider the board's nomination and formally place Mr. Boyer on the list. Specifically, the commission must make a determination whether the presence of Mr. Boyer in a Nevada gaming establishment would pose a threat to the interests of Nevada or to licensed gaming, or to both. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a presentation and create a record that supports placing Mr. Boyer on the list of excluded persons.
When you're ready.
Thank you. As part of my presentation, I've prepared a packet of 15 exhibits that each of you should have. I will be reviewing the exhibits, but I'd ask at this time that the exhibits be accepted into evidence and made part of the record. From here, my plan is to first cover some preliminary matters and to provide some background information. Second, I'll review the specific grounds for including Mr. Boyer on the list. Finally, I'll answer any questions the commission might have. Preliminarily, I would like the record to reflect that, as required by Nevada's open meeting law, Mr. Boyer has been provided with written notice that the commission would be hearing this matter today. Evidentiary support of that notice is contained in Exhibit 1. Next, as you know, today's hearing was preceded by the Gaming Control Board considering Mr. Boyer for nomination to the list of excluded persons. On January 14th, 2026, the board entered an order of nomination, finding the presence of Mr. Boyer in a licensed gaming establishment poses a threat to the interests of the state of Nevada and licensed gaming, and that he should be therefore excluded from licensed gaming establishments. That order, along with the board's notice of candidacy, are Exhibits 2 and 3 in the exhibit packet. After the board nominated Mr. Boyer, he was served with the board's order of nomination and notice of candidacy. Service was accomplished by personal service at Lompoc Federal Correctional Institution on February 5th, 2026. Evidence of that service is Exhibit 5. Mr. Boyer had 30 days from the date of this service to request a hearing before the commission, which, as I mentioned, did not occur. Next, I will cover the grounds for including Mr. Boyer on the list which are summarized in a bill of particulars filed with the commission and is Exhibit 6. Pursuant to NRS 463-151 subsection 2, the list may include any person whose presence in a gaming establishment is determined to pose a threat to the interests of Nevada or to licensed gaming or to both. In making that determination, you may consider the criteria set forth in NRS 463.151 subsection 3. Pursuant to NGC Regulation 28.010, if the commission determines that only one of the criteria is met, Mr. Boyer can be placed on the list. I have provided paper copies of both the statute and the regulation for ease of reference, although I suspect that you have them from the last appearance. Mr. Boyer meets 4 of the criteria. First, he has been convicted of felonies under federal law. Second, he's been convicted of crimes involving moral turpitude. Third, he has been convicted of a crime that is a violation of the gaming laws of California. And fourth, he has a notorious or unsavory reputation that would adversely affect public confidence and trust that the gaming industry is free from criminal or corruptive elements. Before getting into the specifics supporting Mr. Boyer's inclusion, I want to generally describe Mr. Boyer's activities, which are detailed by Enforcement Agent Pendley in his affidavit, Exhibit 15, and is also drawn from the various exhibits in your packet. Mr. Boyer is a known illegal bookmaker who operated an illegal bookmaking business out of California, taking wagers on the outcome of sporting events from various people at agreed upon odds using offshore sports wagering websites. Over the course of at least 9 years, from 2014 to 2023, Mr. Boyer took tens of millions of dollars in illegal wagers from at least 700 bettors. Further, Mr. Boyer frequented Las Vegas casinos and used illicit proceeds from his illegal bookmaking business to gamble and pay off casino markers. Mr. Boyer also solicited new customers from casino marketing hosts at the casinos he frequented, including offering a commissioner gratuity for customer referrals. Mr. Boyer admitted that he also solicited valets and other casino employees to feed him clients in return for a fee. Mr. Boyer became known to many when the interpreter for Los Angeles Dodgers pitcher Shohei Ohtani was arrested for theft. Ipe Mizuhara, who was a close friend and employee of Ohtani, was convicted of stealing at least $17 million from the pitcher and using it for wagering on sports. The illegal bookmaker that Mizuhara used was Matthew Boyer. According to the stipulated facts in Mr. Boyer's federal plea agreement, as well as Mr. Boyer's various interviews with the press, Mizuhara wagered in excess of $324 million with Boyer, ultimately losing just under $41 million. With that general description of who Mr. Boyer is, I'll turn to how Mr. Boyer satisfies each criteria for inclusion on the list. First, Mr. Boyer has been convicted of felonies under federal law. On May 13th, 2024, Mr. Boyer entered into a plea agreement with the U.S. Attorney's Office where Mr. Boyer pled guilty to operating a legal gambling business in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1955, transactional money laundering in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1957, and subscribing to a false tax return in violation of 26 U.S.C. Section 7206, subsection 1. Those crimes are felonies pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 3559 and 26 U.S.C. Section 7206. Evidence in support of this is a certified copy of the plea agreement, which is Exhibit 7. You can see that the plea agreement provides the factual support for Mr. Boyer's plea, including stipulated facts surrounding Ipe Mizuhara's wagering and Mr. Boyer's activities at a Las Vegas casino. Mr. Boyer was sentenced to 1 year and 1 day in federal prison on August 29, 2025, followed by 2 years of supervised release. He was also ordered to pay approximately $1.6 million in restitution immediately to the IRS. A certified copy of the judgment is included in your packet as Exhibit 8. He began serving his sentence on October 10th, 2025 at Lompoc Federal Correctional Institution and was released to a halfway house on March 9th, 2026. Mr. Boyer has since been released to home confinement as of approximately April 15th, 2026. Mr. Boyer will remain in constructive custody for a period of 2 years. These federal felony convictions satisfy NRS 463-151 subsection 3A as a basis for placing him on the list. Second, Mr. Boyer was convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude. Mr. Boyer's conviction for the crime of subscribing to a false tax return is a crime involving moral turpitude. Through the plea agreement, Mr. Boyer admits that he knowingly and willfully falsely reported his total taxable income to the IRS on his tax returns for tax year 2022, and that there was approximately $4 million in unreported income. With that, NRS 151 subsection 3A is again satisfied as a basis for placing Mr. Boyer on the list. Third, Mr. Boyer has been convicted of a crime which is a violation of the gaming laws of California. Mr. Boyer's federal conviction of operating an unlawful gambling business in violation of 18 USC section 1955 is a crime which is a violation of the gaming laws of California. Specifically, pursuant to Mr. Boyer's plea agreement, Mr. Boyer agreed that he operated his business in violation of California Penal Code section 337A, which is prohibiting bookmaking within the state of California. With that, NRS 463-151 subsection 3A is again satisfied as another basis for placing Mr. Boyer on the list. Fourth, Mr. Boyer has a notorious or unsavory reputation which would adversely affect public confidence and trust that the gaming industry is free from criminal or corruptive elements. That notorious and unsavory reputation is reflected in the previously described federal convictions of Mr. Boyer. And notably, those convictions stem from Mr. Boyer's activities as an illegal bookmaker in California and using proceeds from those illicit activities at Las Vegas casinos. That notorious and unsavory reputation is also reflected in the Nevada Gaming Control Board complaints against Resorts World and Caesars Entertainment, both in 2025. Those complaints stem from the licensees allowing Mr. Boyer to wager on their properties without adequately verifying his source of income or source of funds as required by Title 31. Both complaints and settlements are attached as Exhibits 11 and 12 respectively. The complaint against MGM was included in your packet as Exhibit 10 because Mr. Boyer was also mentioned as being an illegal bookmaker there. Finally, Mr. Boyer's notorious and unsavory reputation is reflected in numerous media reports and a DOJ press release describing his activities. Mr. Boyer admits to transporting the proceeds of his illegal bookmaking business to casinos all over the world, including in Las Vegas. Mr. Boyer has given several live interviews to media outlets such as CNN, ABC, Fox, Forbes, CBS, Rolling Stone, ESPN, and others, where he admits to accepting tens of millions of dollars in wagers, laundering the money through casinos, and pressing the casinos for all possible comps on his play. Mr. Boyer wrote a book about his illegal bookmaking, runs his own podcast describing his operation, and also has his own website, MatthewBoyer.com, where all of his live interviews and media articles are contained. Mr. Boyer was interviewed by the Las Vegas Review-Journal as recently as February 19, 2026, and chronicled his release from prison on his social media accounts. In the article by the RJ, Mr. Boyer indicated he would likely use his inclusion on the list of excluded persons to his advantage as an opportunity to market his books and his motivational speaker appearances. Mr. Boyer may be one of the most media-exposed illegal bookmakers in the country. Examples are contained in Exhibits 13 and 14. All of this then satisfies NRS 463-151 subsection 3C and forms another basis for inclusion of Mr. Boyer on the list. As I stated earlier, establishing any one of the criteria under NRS 463-151 subsection 3 is sufficient to place an individual on the list. Mr. Boyer satisfies 4. Before I finish, I want to comment further regarding Agent Penley's affidavit, which is Exhibit 15. In addition to providing information from the agent's investigation about Mr. Boyer's activities, its purpose is to connect Mr. Boyer as the same individual identified throughout the exhibits and provide Mr. Boyer's picture, which is attachment A to his affidavit. Agent Penley is present today to answer any questions regarding the information. With that, the board is requesting that the commission place Mr. Boyer on Nevada's list of excluded persons, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for your presentation. I'll ask my colleagues, does anyone have any questions for counsel or the agent? Commissioner Krolicki, I can't see you, so I'm sorry if you would have indicated, so I have to ask, there you go. You know how it's voice activated or whatever, so I apologize. Do you have any questions or comments?
I mean, if we're ready to have commissioner comments in front of a motion, I can do that, but I don't have any questions for council or staff.
Okay, so it doesn't look like anybody has any questions or comments, but glad you got to stretch your legs. Okay, so does anyone have a motion that we could discuss? Or one, hold please.
Did you admit the exhibits?
I did not. So those exhibits will be part of the record of this proceeding and admitted for that purpose. Thank you. So,
Are you ready for a motion?
yes, I think Commissioner Krolicki, Commissioner Solis Rainey has a motion, and then we can have a discussion. Is that acceptable?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Perfectly acceptable.
In the matter of the exclusion of Matthew Raymond Boyer from licensed gaming establishments in the state of Nevada, NGC case number 25-07, I move for inclusion of Mr. Boyer in the list of excluded persons based on him satisfying 4 of the criteria set forth in NRS 463.151. He satisfies 3A because he's been convicted of felonies, including operating an illegal gaming business and money laundering, which also is a violation of the gaming laws of the state of California. He has been convicted of a crime of moral turpitude, and he is a person of unsavory reputation, as discussed here today.
Okay, thank you. That's the motion before us. So if I'll start with, I know Commissioner Marcantonis has his microphone on, so he has comments.
I don't have additional comments from what I've already heard. We're not taking a vote right now. Chair? No?
I'm just seeing if anybody has any comments on the motion or anything they want to say. Commissioner Krolicki, it appeared you had something to say, so I'll go to you.
Well, I just think the situation merits at least some comment here. You know, Mr. Boyer has, you know, for several years been now a blight on regulatory structure in Nevada. We've addressed those indiscretions significantly and effectively and fully, and we've seen refocus on AML and KYC activities, but placing Mr. Boyer in the list of excluded persons really provides, I think, critical closure on this chapter of compliance failure. And my only regret is that potentially Mr. Boyer may successfully monetize his nomination. But nevertheless, we need to proceed, and I fully support the motion. It needs to be done.
Any other discussion on the motion?
I would just add that I hope if he does monetize that that's something that's going to go towards his restitution and fines and not for personal profit.
I was just going to add to that. It's quite arrogant of him to be out there bragging about how he's going to monetize it. And my thoughts were exactly what Commissioner Solis Rainey said, where, you know, whatever he gets, I certainly hope that the justice system make sure that whether it's his taxes that he pay like every other citizen, or whatever other restitution or amounts for fines, that he should have to pay that. Because I saw, his book is a bestseller on Amazon. And hopefully those proceeds, I'm sure the feds are attaching that to make sure that they go to his cases. But it's, I guess it's a little shocking that he's, we don't generally see that. People after being convicted of a crime being that arrogant, saying he's going to make sure, to make money off of his illegal conduct is reprehensible, quite frankly.
Any other comments or discussion? For my part, this is a no-brainer, and I am going to vote to support the motion. So at this time, all in favor in Las Vegas, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And Commissioner Korlicki.
Aye.
There are none opposed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, at this time, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in our next agenda item.
Next for your consideration are two gaming employee registration appeals pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 463.335. The first item is Jason Hoginson, case number 25RN00026.
Have we heard from this gentleman?
He was notified on February 24th and confirmed that he would be attending via Carson City.
Is there anyone present in Carson City, Mr. Hoginson, or someone for him? It appears there's no one present and he did not make an appearance. So at this time, we've all had the opportunity to go through the record of sorry. I think this is the most binders we've ever had in my 5 years, fifth year of this work. We've all had the opportunity to go through the materials in this matter and review the transcript of the hearing and the order. And so at this time, I would ask, unless anybody has any questions or comments, if one of you has a motion.
Certainly, Madam Chair. I move to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Jason Hoginson's registration as a gaming employee. Thank you.
I just want to make a record that Mr. Hoginson was notified of this date. It is 11:58 a.m. and you don't have any email from him or call that you're, I mean, it would be hard for you to know if you had a call because you're here, but we've been in session now 3 hours and you have no email.
No, nothing from him.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on the motion at this time? There being none in Southern Nevada, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Korlicki?
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in our next item?
The second gaming employee registration appeal is Paul Hines, case number 25LV00583.
Good afternoon. Are you Paul Hines?
Yes, I am.
Hi. Can you turn on your microphone for us?
Is that better?
Yes. So
Sorry
I
about
always take a moment to explain how this is going to work so that you know, kind of the course of things. And then if you have any questions before we get started, feel free to ask. But basically, you will have the opportunity. First of all, you should know we have all the materials that were the subject of your hearing in the first instance. We have a transcript of your hearing, and that transcript was, let's see, 56 pages long. And so we review that before you get here, right? And so you have the opportunity to address us. After you address us and give us the reason why you think the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to your registration as a gaming employee should be reversed, Then at that time, when you're done making your comments, the members of the commission may ask you questions and make their own comments. At the conclusion of that, obviously you will be entitled to answer the questions. But if there are comments up here, you will have, before we have any motion, you'll have the opportunity to kind of address those comments or sum up, if you will, before there's a motion. Once there's a motion, it is not a participatory event for you unless you're asked another question. That is the deliberation and the vote.
Got it.
Okay, so do you have any questions before we get started?
No, I think I understand it.
Okay, perfect. So when you're ready.
Okay. First, thank you all for listening to me today and being here. 56 pages, I guess you had to go through. I appreciate it. Anyway, I thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to acknowledge the mistakes I made that led to the suspension of my gaming license. I take full responsibility for all my mistakes that I made, which I'm sure you guys are aware of. At that time, it was a difficult time for me. I was struggling with an addiction that affected my judgment and decision making, and it's not an excuse for my actions, simply just the context behind my poor choices. Over the past year, I've taken significant steps towards those poor choices and those addictions. Attending weekly counseling sessions, NA meetings, probably forever will do so, not just for myself, but to help others as well. I'm committed to recovery, making changes in my life to ensure the situation never happens again. My health and judgment today are in a very different place than they were back then. Before these incidents, I spent nearly 3 decades in the gaming industry, 27 with the same company. Throughout that time, I took the integrity along with the gaming regulations very seriously. I understand how important honesty and compliance are in this industry. And if given the opportunity to return, I will uphold these standards the same way I did throughout my whole career. I deeply regret the mistakes I made. I'm grateful for the chance to address the commission today, and I respectfully ask for the opportunity to return to the profession I dedicated most of my life to and has allowed me to provide for my wife and my children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments. And at this time, I will ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments for you. I'll start with Commissioner Silver, Marcantonis. Either of you have anything that you want to ask or make a comment on?
Yes, Mr. Hines, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Never easy in these cases, but just if you could give us some clarity, I want to make sure that we've got the right info. So you under probation conditions right now?
Correct, yes.
For another 2 months, or actually next month?
Next month, correct.
And okay, that is the only outstanding commitment that you have right now from through the courts or through any judicial process?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Are you owing money?
Yeah, I still have 2 payments left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Totally.
approximately $200.
Okay. And when do you expect to clear that?
Money's been tough, obviously, not being able to work,
Of
but
course.
should be over the next month. Within the next month, it'll be paid.
Are you working at all at this time?
I have not, no.
Okay. But you have a very, seems like a strong family support system.
I do, yeah. I'm married, 2 kids, mother here. I've lived in Vegas, Las Vegas since 1988. And I've worked in the gaming industry since I was 21. And I'm 51 in June.
If I could interrupt just for before he leaves
No
that
further.
topic,
Oh, go
just
ahead.
real quick. So you're not employed because you haven't been looking and you're waiting for this hearing, or because you say I can't work? That's not true.
No.
Right? You can, right?
I have
you
been
can
looking.
work.
Well, I can work. I mean, right now, some jobs are tough. I just had surgery, orthopedic surgery on my wrist, but I haven't been able to find a job. It's been tough finding a job, being my whole career has
So,
been gaming related.
Give us a list of applications
Um,
and when.
I've done odd jobs, like, before I worked in the gaming industry, I worked for a home builder and I did a lot of construction work, customer service work. They built a new home. I'd go, the things that were on the list that need to fix, I'd fix. I've been applying
forward
through Toll Brothers. I've applied for.
Okay.
I have been working enough just to kind of pay bills. I've done odd jobs for family members, family friends. I was on unemployment for 6 months, which helped pay bills. So.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no, thank you. And could you repeat, you had an injury which is affecting your finding employment? I missed
Yeah, I
that.
just had surgery on my wrist 2 days ago. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's okay. Yeah. It's
Speedy
been some,
recovery.
thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I don't have any further questions, but thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Hines.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here and thanks for being so honest. And we, really applaud your efforts and
Thank
your
you.
honesty, your fact that you're trying to get back on the road and be rehabilitated, et cetera. And you're trying to stay clean, the whole thing. So commend you for that.
Thank you so much.
The comments I wanted to make, oh, and I should say, I'm very sorry about your wrist. Having wrist issues myself and getting cortisone constantly, I really feel sorry for you because I cannot believe how much pain wrist can be. So I'm sorry
yeah,
about that.
It was 2 days ago too. So I'm kind of,
Yeah.
and I'm not taking anything for it. So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah,
I
it's
had
been
hand
rough.
surgery and,
Yeah.
and so my heart goes out to you.
Thank you.
So there was 2 comments I just want to make based on what Commissioner Marcantonis had asked you. One comment I would make is you're in Henderson Muni Court. Would that be right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I'm thinking it's city, it's Muni Court, right?
Yes.
So I just want to make it's a little comment for the rest of my commissioners. One of the things the hearing officer says here, and I know we've got new hearing officers, they talk about an indirect probation. Well, number one, it's not an indirect probation. It's an informal probation, okay? Informal in that, for at least my fellow commissioners, he is not in constructive custody. The only way he's in constructive custody is if he was in formal probation, which can only be given in district court, by the way. It's informal probation. And I say that because there's some stuff with the statutes having to do with constructive custody. And I don't believe he's in constructive custody. So that's not an issue for me at all. Okay.
Sure.
Although you're still got a case going on, you're technically not in constructive custody, in my view, my legal opinion. But
right.
What I would say is, the concern here, and I see you're doing better, good for you. You still have that pending case, like to see it wrapped up.
Yeah.
But the problem that we have is, everybody comes in here and we have a scale, right? We have to treat everybody the same.
Sure.
Same like being a judge. You got to treat everybody the same. And the problem that I see is that you clearly should have put yes when they asked you on your application, have you had any prior arrests?
Absolutely.
And you didn't.
Yeah.
And so for us here, for what it's worth, and I hope my fellow commissioner is going to chime in on this, but unfortunately, we deny these all the time just because of that one thing.
Yeah.
So I just want to put that forward. The issue that I see here is the fact that you just didn't put it on your application, and we need to treat everybody the same. So that's all the comment
I completely understand. And,
Yeah.
And I acknowledge that.
Yeah. The other part is, even though you're not in constructive custody, it's kind of hard for us, on the other hand, here in the regulatory world, in that you still have a pending case going.
When you say constructive custody, you mean?
That means you're in, okay. So that means you're in jail, okay? Custody is jail, right?
Right.
Constructive custody is formal probation. You have a suspended sentence in district court, prison sentence. That's constructive custody. Or in the justice courts or muni court, if you actually had a sentence of imprisonment and they've suspended your sentence, you're on formal probation, so to speak, you're in constructive custody.
They called it informal probation.
It's informal.
Right.
You're not in custody.
Right.
So therefore you can't be in constructive custody
Okay,
either. Well, you're not, because you weren't given a sentence of jail or imprisonment.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. Okay. I
Yeah.
understand.
Not for your crime of petty larceny.
Right.
You just aren't.
Right.
Right. They're telling you to do stuff, do it or else.
That's
know?
it. Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Thanks.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati, Mr. Hines. Thank you for being with us today. I know it's not an easy thing and you've had your medical procedure, et cetera. You've heard this commission speak a lot about precedent and being fair and transparent and consistent in the things that we do. And, I think, the contrition I'm hearing and I've read is authentic. But the recency of your transgressions of omitting from the application, the felonies, is huge. Commissioner Silver
misdemeanor
just discussed it. We've denied others who, this is much deeper in their past as opposed to, within the past year. And so, I know it's it's a unbelievably difficult situation you're in. You're taking care of a family, and I appreciate the fact that you've had a long record of being successfully engaged in the gaming industry. But to be consistent to those who have sat in that chair before you and those who will follow, I just believe it's too soon, and I just wish you well. There are many other opportunities for gainful employment, but a gaming registration card at this point, I think is premature based on, your omissions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, I think Commissioner Krolicki said exactly what I was going to say. And also Commissioner Silver, as far as, not listing it and it being so recent, right? We've disposed of constructive custody. But you're not privy to like what we do every month.
No.
Some of us for a few years now. And so there's a spectrum, right, of offenses. And I will tell you, on the spectrum of accepting responsibility, showing remorse, and stating a redemptive pathway, you're way over here and very positive. That's, respectfully, some people are not quite as accepting of responsibility, unfortunately. The problem is that on the spectrum of, what happened here, what got you on this list, the conviction in the first place, and how the passage of time, you're way down here, right? Not a lot of time has passed for you to not just say it, but do it.
Right. I get that.
So when
Is
the motion,
there an amount of time? Like,
well, you'll be allowed to come back in 1 year.
okay.
From today, I believe, and make a renewed, or not renewed, but file a request. And you can always contact the executive secretary and, be given guidance in that regard. Hopefully our staff was helpful to you in this process.
Yeah, you guys have been. Would it be the same process I'm going through now? I'd have to do again in a year?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's been another year. And you'll be telling us how you've been doing this and you've been
Yeah.
right. And you've been
Hopefully
doing
all
the
is well.
things.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully
So
all is good
whether
and
it's
well.
some of, whether it's us or whoever the commission is, that's the point. And so for me, I agree with my colleagues. I anticipate a motion that's not going to be favorable to you, and I'm going to support that motion. But it's not, I think hopefully you took some positive from this, that we applaud you for the acceptance of responsibility, for trying to make a change in your life, for being here today.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
And your professionalism and courtesy to us at the hearing.
Thank you.
That's not always the case either.
I'm sure.
Does anyone have a motion?
May I ask a question first?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I not include you? I thought it's okay. I'm sorry. My bad.
I just had a quick question with
Yeah.
respect to the timing of when you filled out your personal history information, your application. Were you still taking that prescribed medication that was the source of the problem?
Yes.
At the time that you filled it out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I suspected that.
Yeah.
Because, I agree with my colleagues. I mean, your record has been very clean. It seems like everything stems from, that issue, which,
Yeah.
you're.
And there was some confusion at my last hearing. Originally, it was a renewal that was supposed to be done like a year ago, and I was in contact with the Gaming Commission, and it was just, there were some misunderstandings at the last hearing, but I think everything's been cleared up now. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, again, I echo my colleagues' comments. The recency is a problem for me. I do feel there's a little bit of mitigating circumstances given, the time, the fact that you were still taking this
Sure.
medication that was a problem for you. So I applaud your efforts to stay clean of that and to get counseling. Yeah, you would be eligible in a year. I won't be here, obviously, but you would file for reconsideration, and hopefully at that point you'll have a year's plus history of positive
Sure.
behavior. So
And I'm currently applying to have my record sealed. That's not going to change the amount of time that, right? I have to wait 1 year to apply.
no, and
or
just for
two.
gaming purposes, you have to be careful because even if it does sealed, that doesn't
Now you guys will still have
that
access,
doesn't
correct?
negate your obligation to respond
Right.
yes on the application because you
Right.
still were arrested.
That was my question, was would that allow me to apply and,
And say no.
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't change the timing and it doesn't change
Okay.
your obligation because it's any arrests regardless of the disposition. So yeah, be careful about that.
So to clarify, a year from today, I can contact you guys and try to get this process going again.
Yes.
And you
Okay.
may want to do it a little bit in advance just
Okay.
because it takes a little bit of time. So maybe
Sure.
a couple months before that.
Okay, great.
No?
No, you have to, you
To
can only
start it?
request it a year from the day. There should be a piece of paper in the back that kind of outlines what can happen from here, but you're also welcome to email me and I can provide that and anything you might need. But
Okay.
you can request a year from today.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Are you Nicole?
Yes,
Thanks, Nicole.
you're welcome.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Who wishes to make a motion?
I just had one more clarification, because I
Yeah.
think it got garbled.
Sure.
So you have to say yes, even if it's sealed on the application to gaming, but like your employers and stuff, it's technically sealed from, right?
Correct. Yes.
Right, okay, I just want to
Yes.
make sure that you.
Yeah.
Yes, on the future,
Right.
okay.
No, I just wondered if sealing it would speed up the process of me getting the license approved again. No. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. Does anyone have a motion?
Sure. I move that we sustain the objection filed by the Gaming Control Board on this matter.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And Commissioner Krolicki?
Aye.
There are none opposed. Good luck in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The court reporter would like a 5-minute break if we can.
Tell her she's gonna have 10 minutes.
Great.
Okay. So it is 12:17. We come back at 12:30. That gives us a little bit of time. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we make that a little shorter? I do have
Okay.
a commitment that I need to do, so.
Okay, so
5 or 10 minutes.
12:28. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. We're back on the record and on air in continuation of this month's meeting. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in our next agenda item.
Next, for your consideration, you have two regulation items. The first is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.045, 5.046, 5.047, 5.048, and 5.055 as noted on the agenda.
Madam Secretary, have we received any public comments via email specific to this regulation item?
No, we have not.
Is there anyone present who wishes to make comment on this item before we have staff make their presentation?
Hi, good afternoon, Chairwoman Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Nick Langenfeld, and I'm a Vice President in the AML, or Anti-Money Laundering Officer for Station Casinos. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you, add some context regarding the proposed changes to both Reg 5 and 25 that I think will serve the Commission. So specifically, I wanted to explain how we arrived here today and who was involved to make all of this happen. These updates reflect a truly collaborative effort between the Gaming Control Board and Nevada's casino industry for over the better part of a year. Many hours of thoughtful engagement, deliberation, careful drafting went into these anti-money laundering related regulation updates. The collaborative process demonstrated a shared, unwavering commitment to ensuring that Nevada's regulatory framework remains both principled and practical. From the beginning, Chair Dreitzer had a vision to find ways to permanently assist licensees with their AML compliance obligations. And to his credit, he reached out and encouraged industry involvement. He extended multiple opportunities for the industry to propose, consider, and ultimately modify the proposed language. I also wanted to highlight the breadth and the diversity of licensee representation through all of this. That informed these proposed changes. From the outset, the AML working group was deliberately composed of a wide representation of Nevada casinos, from single to multi-site locations, local to tourist-driven properties, northern to southern Nevada, and tribal, privately held and publicly traded companies. Operators engaged fully and in good faith with no conditions or reservations. From an industry perspective, this inclusivity strengthened both the process and the final product. It contributed to regulations that maintain Nevada's gold standard for gaming integrity while remaining workable, scalable, and effective across different company types and jurisdictions. Efforts were led by compliance and anti-money laundering officers, and their subject matter expertise ensured that discussions were not theoretical, but grounded in real world operational experience. On behalf of the industry, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for the professionalism, openness, and thoughtfulness shown by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. In that regard, I'd like to specifically recognize a few folks and parties to share the casino industry's deep appreciation. Chairman Dreitzer for his exceptional leadership, inclusivity, and unrelenting drive to make meaningful and lasting AML changes a reality. The Nevada Gaming Control Board leadership and staff, including Chief Rippey of Investigations, Chief Torgerson of Enforcement, and their dedicated teams for their expertise and tireless work. And last, Senior Deputy Attorney General Mike Somps, a legend in this community whose guidance and regulation expertise reminded us all exactly why that reputation is so well deserved. I'd also like to recognize and thank every operator who participated and specifically acknowledge several compliance and AML leaders who played an outsized role in this effort. Alex Morgan, VP and AML Officer of MGM Resorts, Omar Corey, Chief Global Compliance Officer of Wynn Resorts, and Eric Akiyama, VP and AML Officer of Wynn Resorts. And lastly, none of this would have been possible without the Nevada Resorts Association, particularly its president and CEO, Virginia Valentine. She served as an ideal liaison, tirelessly keeping us and the group as a whole focused and moving forward, managing communications and differing perspectives, and ultimately driving consensus. In closing, I want to reiterate the industry's appreciation for the professionalism, inclusivity, and thoughtfulness shown by the Gaming Control Board, its chairman, chiefs, and staff, and the Deputy Attorney General throughout this process. They admirably served the interests of the great state of Nevada. The amendments before you reflect careful balance, collaboration, and respect for Nevada's diverse gaming ecosystem. And finally, to Commissioner Solis Rainey, from one Nevadan who started an internal audit and compliance to another, thank you for your service. You've made us and this great state proud. Thank you again for the opportunity to be heard. If it serves the commission, I'm happy to answer any questions now or at any point during the deliberative process.
Well, I don't know if anybody has a problem waiting to have the presentation first, and then we can address any questions that we might have or comments. So thank you. So Senior Dag Somps.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And just before we go on, I thought it might be appropriate to also read in to the record the changes to Regulation 25. This is kind of a package deal.
Okay, so I think we have it separately listed as in a separate agenda item. So I'm going to ask Madam Secretary to read that agenda item into the record, okay?
Thank you.
I don't think we did that. So we just did the one. So if you could do that, please.
The other regulation agenda item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 25.010, 25.020, 25.025, 25.030, 25.040, and 25.050 as noted on the agenda.
Thank you. Again, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commission members, Madam Secretary. I'm Mike Somps with the Attorney General's Office. Before you for your consideration today are proposed changes to Regulation 5 and Regulation 25. The changes are contained in draft dated February 13th of 2026. And broadly, these proposed amendments are designed to bolster the regulatory requirements in the anti-money laundering space. As indicated, the board members and board staff have worked very hard on these proposed changes with alongside industry representatives, and we appreciate that. So my plan here is to summarize the substantive changes, unless, Madam Chair, you would like me to go through them item by item.
I'm okay with the summary, and then we can have questions by commissioners. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So starting with Regulation 5 changes, with these amendments, the board will be reviewing and approving those individuals designated with primary responsibility for oversight of the anti-money laundering program and with player development functions, which is another term for basically the marketing department. This will be done as part of the board's compliance plan reviews. With the amendments, individuals with overall responsibility for the licensee's compliance will be required to be licensed or found suitable. These changes will also result in restrictions on business entities funding patrons' wagering activities. The amendments make clear that the anti-money laundering compliance officers are to be deemed gaming employees and therefore will have to be registered. The changes will also require reporting to the board when a gaming employee is separated for violations related to the anti-money laundering policy. Before I go on to summarize the changes in Regulation 25, I do want to correct a typo that's contained in Regulation 5.0472I, where the word payment is located or currently written. That should be replaced with the word payable. So that that entire provision would read a negotiable instrument made payable to the patron. Now going on to the changes to Regulation 25. These amendments impose requirements in relation to secondary representatives, including that the licensee must be aware of their identity and approve their use. You can see also that the regulations contain a definition of secondary representatives. These amendments will impose requirements in relation to anti-money laundering training for independent agents, and acknowledgement by licensees that such training was done, and acknowledgement that due diligence regarding the independent agent was conducted. The changes will require reporting to the board when an independent agent is separated for a violation of anti-money laundering policies. These changes will also impose limits on independent agents engaging in gaming transactions on behalf of clients. And then finally, the changes will allow licensees to withhold compensation to independent agents if source of funds have not been established for the client of an independent agent. Now, because the board did make some different recommendations in regards to the effective date for these regulations, I do want to quickly go over those. For the changes to Regulation 5, the board recommended that the changes be effective upon adoption, with the exception of Regulation 5.047, which the board recommended that those become effective 6 months after adoption. For the changes to Regulation 25, the board recommended that they become effective 120 days after adoption. Now, before I finish up, I do want to mention that these regulation changes are part of an overall package that the board is pursuing, or efforts that the board is pursuing in relation to anti-money laundering. And those non-regulatory efforts include independent agent applications and related acknowledgement forms. Those changes are either in the works or have been made to those documents and are designed to support these regulatory changes. In addition, as you may be aware, a video has been created with the assistance of Judge Assad that is to present to independent agents to highlight their responsibilities. I believe that this video, if it isn't up on the board's website right now, it will be at some point. And then finally, a group of licensees have voluntarily engaged in an information sharing program in an effort to make the most informed decisions possible regarding patrons. And depending on the results of this voluntary program, it may or may not result in further regulations that would come before you for approval. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I believe Chiefs Rippey and Torgerson are available to answer questions as well. And I believe Chair Dreitzer has some comments that he would like to make.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I wanted to give a little bit of context to this. As has been well documented, we've had a rather eventful and difficult year in the area of money laundering. And I think it's actually rather appropriate, given the other matters heard before the commission today, that we take up these regulations today. Following the work of my predecessor, Chair Hendrick, I convened a discussion with industry stakeholders to talk about what measures made sense in the area of AML, to come up with targeted and practical approaches within our regulations to be able to really go to the heart of some of the concerns with anti-money laundering. As Mr. Lagenfeld correctly said, this was a really an all-hands effort. We had stakeholders, not only who were licensees, we had other experts in AML from around the country who weighed in on things that we could do. It was not an easy task. We, as Mr. Langenfeld said, we had multiple meetings to discuss what we could do, what made the most sense. And we came up with what I believe to be a very good package, not only of regulations, but also additional changes that we are doing in terms of our administration of this area of regulation. So it's really, I think, an important day to put an exclamation point on this. We heard and saw loud and clear that there were, shall we say, limitations and concerns with AML. I think the industry has seen that and have really resoundingly got around this and around the culture of compliance and the need to put compliance over commerce. So we sit here today, I think, where the industry understands much more about what needs to be done. And I think these regulations go hand in hand with that. So we are proud to present these to the commission today and believe they will make real differences. I do want to thank, of course, Virginia Valentine for her tireless work in going through this. We had many discussions and machinations around this, and Mr. Langenfeld and many others. And of course, Judge Assad, who, when I joined the board, he has long been our conscience when it comes to dealing with AML and the importance of AML and the importance to put compliance first ahead of marketing and ahead of commerce. I appreciate judges saw it in that respect. And so with that, I will say that we look forward to this being adopted by the commission. And this will make a real big difference. This is regulation as it should be. And to Commissioner Silver's point, this is another example of the gold standard. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any comments before I ask my colleagues for their questions that they may have? Yes.
Chair Tagliati, we wanted to make one change within Regulation 5, specifically 5.055, subsection 3. It's a minor change, but I think it goes to the intent or the spirit of the regulation. So I will read it to you. A licensee that terminates or otherwise separates from service a gaming employee for intentional or willful violations of the licensee's AML policies. What I think is more appropriate here is instead of violations plural being required, that it becomes singular. So proposed language would be a licensee that terminates or otherwise separates from service a gaming employee for an intentional or willful violation, singular, of a licensee's AML policy. So I would like to propose that for consideration by the commission. Thank you.
My mic on. Senior Dag, do you have any issue with that proposed? I mean, it makes sense, right?
Yeah, I don't have any concern.
Okay. All right, so if there's nothing else from anyone else, then I would ask my colleagues if any of them have any questions or comments from anyone that has had the opportunity to address us on the proposed regulation changes and the proposed effective dates.
I think, well done. These are way overdue. I'm just delighted to read them like this and looking at it strictly from, I wish we'd done this a while back. But anyway, congratulations to all of you, Virginia. You too, Chair Dietrich. Can you just, again, for the purposes of the motion, can you give me the specific section for the change? Did you say 5.055?
Correct. Subsection 3. So it's at the very end of your Reg 5 packet. And it will read, a licensee that terminates or otherwise separates from service a gaming employee for an intentional or willful violation, singular, not plural, of the licensee's anti-money laundering policies, et cetera. So instead of requiring multiple willful or intentional violations to notify the board, it would reduce it to a single willful or intentional violation would require reporting to the board.
You would also, it's Commissioner Silver, I think you would also need to change at the bottom there for purposes of this section, intentional or willful conduct is inferred where an employee engages in repeated and material AML. If you want it just one down there too, do you want to change that or leave it the way it is? Engages in.
No.
Do you want to take out repeated or just a material AML violation?
The intent there was to say that if an employee engages in repeated or material AML violations, that will constitute willful or intentional.
So then there's multiple in that one.
Left as alone, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Okay, do any of my colleagues have any other questions or comments? So what I'm hearing is, I'm understanding that if there's going to be a motion to adopt Regulation 5 as proposed, that the ask is that the language that we adopt and would be 5.047I to change that sentence to read a negotiable instrument made payable to the patron, and 5.055 subsection 3, service a gaming employee for an intentional or willful violation, and that the motion have be made that this regulation be as proposed, be with those changes, be effective immediately with the exception of 5.055 5.047, which would be effective in 6 months. If everybody agrees, then that's it. Then I'll make the motion.
I have
As
just a
stated.
quick question.
Sure.
Senior Dag, Psalms. I noticed that the draft date is 2 days after the NGC recommendation. Were changes made in between that period?
There were some alterations based on what the board actually recommended. Off the top of my head, I can't recall exactly what those are. But there were some changes at the board meeting that were recommended up to the commission.
All right. I was just curious as to what those were, but that's okay.
And part of it would have been inclusion of the effective date provisions.
Okay. And then my other question would pertain to the actual requirements. I was just curious how they would be implemented. Are people that are currently in those positions going to have to, submit for the suitability finding sometime after, or are these for new hires?
It would be effective upon immediately for those particular provisions. So, those requirements are going to be in place as of today, assuming the commission adopts this.
Okay, so assuming these pass, then those people that are in those positions would have to go ahead and comply with them going forward.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was the intent and what you expected, so. thank you.
Nobody's grandfathering or grandmothering in.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so I believe I made a motion to adopt the proposed amendments to Regulation 5 with the exception of 5.046 subsection, 5.047 subsection I to read a negotiable
2I,
instrument.
Chair.
2I. Well, mine has 1. So let's see yours.
Yeah, two.
Am I looking at something old now or something new?
2 starts there.
Yeah.
So it's 2I.
2I. That's what happens when you get like 50 copies of the same thing. Okay,
kinda
so 2I. No, it's not hidden. It's not there. Mine does not have 2 eyes.
No, subsection 2.
Oh, 2I. I thought you were saying 2 eyes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Apologies, Chair.
I heard an S.
Yeah.
Not 1 eye, 2 eyes. Sorry. All right, let me start over. I'm making a motion to adopt the proposed amendments to Regulation 5 as proposed with a change to section 5.047 subsection 2 TWO I to read a negotiable instrument made payable to the patron, and 5.055 subsection 3 to read a licensee that terminates or otherwise separates from a service as a gaming employee. Is that how that should read?
No.
Separates from service a gaming employee. There's no comma. Yeah, no, that I got. I'm saying, read that sentence and tell me if it's any grammatical sense. A licensee that terminates or otherwise separates from service a gaming employee for an intentional or willful violation with no S. So as far as the proposed amendment to Regulation 5, the entirety of the proposed amendment would be effective immediately with the exception of 5.047, which would take effect in 6 months. That's the motion. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
And I was an
far
aye,
as-
Madam Chair.
Oh, I forgot. Commissioner Kolicki, I've asked you separately every single
I
item.
know.
I'm sorry. So you voted aye?
I did. Aye.
Okay. So there are none opposed. Funny. All right, moving to Regulation 25. Discussion or questions? I don't think we actually focused on this yet. Do you have anything, Commissioner Kolicki?
No, I just, while we can address these issues quickly, we still give great credit to the amount of effort that went in, behind this and its construction, the changes, keeping the standards, the way we worked with industry. This is regulatory and industry cooperation that is that world class that we do talk about. I think I've heard the Gaming Control Board and today, this is about dealing with the real world and practicalities and addressing, some serious problems, and we're making it better. So appreciate everyone's efforts. And Senior Dag Somps, thank you for your leadership in this from the state side and Judge Assad and everyone else involved.
Okay, anyone else have any questions or comments? And by not all saying it, it doesn't mean we aren't accepting and endorsing Commissioner Krolicki's thanks and acknowledgement, because we are. But in an effort to move it along, does someone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for adoption of the proposed changes to Regulation 25, draft dated February 13, 2026, with the recommended effective date 120 days after adoption by the Commission.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor in Las Vegas, say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Thank you for being here today and talking to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could, I think we're on to the administrative reports in the agenda, correct?
Correct.
All right. At this time, if we could with Chairman Dreitzer.
Thank you very much, Chair Togliatti. The May 2026 GCB meeting will be held on Wednesday, May 6th in Las Vegas, Nevada, beginning with the non-restricted items agenda at 9 a.m. The non-restricted agenda will consist of 9 items. The restricted agenda will begin at 1 p.m. with 10 expected agenda items at this time. There will also be 1 casino patron dispute appeal for the board to consider. And let me close by saying to Commissioner Solis Rainey, on behalf of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, we appreciate all your great service to the state. And we thank you for all you've done to help make gaming in Nevada safe and secure. So thank you very much and best of luck.
Thank you.
From the Attorney General today, anything?
Thank you, no report, and I don't have prepared remarks, but I just wanted to tell Rosa that it's been wonderful working with her. I appreciate her legal knowledge, and I just, on behalf of everyone in my office, we wish you the best. Hope to see you again soon in a different capacity, but good luck and thanks for all the years that you've been with us.
Thank you so much.
Madam Secretary, if we could close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Going to Carson City. I'm sorry, I'm looking at a screen that says currently in recess, so I was just curious what was happening with that. Going to Carson City, is there anyone present in Carson City looking to or wishing to make public comment? It appears there's no one present in Carson City wishing to make public comment. Is there anyone here in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you, everyone, for the good wishes. I wanted to first extend my deepest appreciation to all of the board agents. Setting and maintaining the gold standard of gaming regulation begins with all of you. And without your dedication, it would be impossible to achieve that standard. This is much more than a job for a lot of you, and it shows. As some of you know, my interest in joining the commission 7 years ago was my desire to give back to the industry that has given my family and I so much. But along with that, I had a strong desire to work with then Commissioner Philip Pro, who was one of my first legal mentors. I thought it would be fitting to finish my career, full circle with him, because I started my legal career as his law clerk. What I didn't know is that when I reached out to the governor was that Judge Pro had already notified the governor that he did not wish to be reappointed. So I guess be careful what you wish for. But I am grateful to Judge Pro, my friend Jeff Rotifer, and my law partner, Steve Morris, for encouraging me to still explore the opportunity. And I would be remiss not to thank Governor Sisolak for appointing me. I had never met him until the day he interviewed me. I was not from his same political party, and he had nothing to gain from taking a chance on me. So I'm grateful for his faith in me. And although I am excited and very ready to move on after 7 years, It's been an honor to serve our state in this role, and I'm especially proud to have been a part of the first female majority on the commission and to work with the first female chair, who I greatly respect. I will miss her and the rest of my current colleagues on the commission and the board. And I want to offer a special thanks to former Commissioner Fuchs, who made me feel welcome and went out of her way to show me the ropes, and to my friend and classmate, former Commissioner Brown, who had a crazier schedule than me, but always made the job fun. I also want to thank former chairs Gibson and Hendricks for their leadership through tough changes that were going on at their respective times, and for always supporting the role of the commission. Finally, I have to thank my husband, who is amazing, and my two sons for supporting me in everything that I do. And last but not least, I want to welcome Commissioner Schoenfeld and wish him and my colleagues and all the fine attorneys that regularly appear before us the very best.
Thank you. We're gonna miss you, for sure. With that said, is there anyone else that wishes to make public comment? All right, that will close our public comment section. This concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of April. We are adjourned. You're awesome. You're awesome.
Thank you, Rosa.